assumption number one, a vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Make the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it. Right, okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump. In space, Bev, yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's Bridge proved, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
So you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no hump.
No, it's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
So
no, they would meet that description.
No, Bev, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. It's a big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. No reason, no logic. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, you're just on your own. What do you think? No reason, no logic, no answers to question. I think I destroyed you is what I think. You're just on your own. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Thursday night. Bit of a Euclid night, I guess. Sort of. More of an idea that I think there's some weird things going on at the minute, as you can see on the chat there. Statements of the thumbnail for this. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. All verticals are plumb. And horizontal is a plane and vertical is a plane. I can't see why anybody would have a problem with that. Apart from the guy that's called Stark Odder, that nobody seems to know who he is. He's never talked to anybody. And he thinks it's funny. Something about that. Those statements. And that's the model afflicted. Severely model afflicted. Dogmatic globe model believers, like we say. The faithful. The dogmatic globe faithful. He's doing that because he has to. There has to be something wrong in there because, well, we know how the dogmatic globe works, and we've actually got dogmatic globe proofs. Now, if you do have a globe model, like a dogmatic globe model, I would suggest this isn't the place for you. It can drive people mad, learning about reality and the reals. And if you do actually happen to have a dogmatic globe, then this is going to pain you tonight, or anything we go over, really, because we're dealing with reality. Now, there's a group of people that live in the internet, within this little group. I mean, it's a really dark corner of the internet, and when I say dark, I mean really dark, that we've ended up in, because certain people have put us in these positions. I've got a video that's coming out tomorrow. I think I'll put it out tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe Saturday. Maybe Saturday might be a good day to put it out. To show you exactly how we talk to people, and how we can now talk to people through our experiences within this arena. Coming up to 1,000 videos. And I never intended to be a YouTuber, or I never intended to be in this position. But with me helping my son, or trying to help my son, understand modern day life and how people react, social etiquette, and now in the new modern day times, I happened upon a phrase to say to a group of people that they reacted very, very, very strangely. And I don't think most people are aware of how bad it was back in the day, because there was a time where there was a certain group of people, they're not really around that much anymore, but they had free reign on all social medias, and there was nothing anybody could do. It has changed. Not much, but these people are still around. They still, well, the lingering of these certain people, right? So, let me get. Right, so this is a video that we recorded on Monday, was it? I can't remember. Saturday, Monday. But this gives you an idea of, I'll go over a few bits, and then I think we'll go to show another video of George and, you know, the measurements, taking the measurements. So let me get this back here. Get you guys in Discord now. This is from back in the day. This is how I came into this arena, but I think this sort of thing is going to be coming around a bit more. I think I watched the video Level Earth Observer stating that he's not a flat earther, and certain people make up straw men and then lump you in with a group of people and with their ridiculous idea of whatever they conceive flat earth to be. Well, for one, I'm not a flat earther. I've never been a flat earther. I think it's fucking ridiculous to imagine that whatever concept this group of people imagine as flat earth, to take that name on and give these people credit for whatever they're doing, to allow the continuous ridicule of a group of people that don't actually exist, except for certain people wanting to take that name on. I think it's a bit ridiculous, but certain people want to do it, and they're fine to that, but not me. I'm not part of that group. But this is how I came into this. Now I'm going to break it down because, you know, this is the way this goes. I mean, this has happened years ago. This is what brought me in, and I'm thankful for it. I was just a little bit strange about how nobody else took this on as a selling point. But here we go, listen.
I'm saying, personally, I believe the things that you teach your child, your autistic child, is psychological child abuse.
Right, so this is, everybody knows who it is. This is the violent offender, the criminal. Fight the flat earth. He's been fighting his neighbours, and this is how he started, telling me that he believes, put it back again, so just so you can listen.
I'm saying, personally, I believe the things that you teach your child, your autistic child, is psychological child abuse.
Psychological child abuse, the things that I teach my child. And what's that? Have a listen. What is it that I'm teaching my child? Like that water is level?
No, you teach your child that level is a horizontal plane.
That level is a horizontal plane. Imagine teaching your child that level is a horizontal plane. Rather a strange pushback for somebody that isn't a flat earther, right? I just know through my experience that level is horizontal. But this person, this fighter, this criminal, has decided to take it upon himself to invite me into an arena. Right now, don't forget, I know I'm not a flat earther, and I know for a fact that level is horizontal. I just don't really have a proof, but I know it. Like everybody knows it. It's instinctual. So I'm invited into an arena to discover a proof of something that I already know. Carry on.
Which is not true.
Yes.
And the implication of that is that you are teaching your child the earth is flat.
No.
Yes.
No. No, I am not teaching my child that the earth is flat. That would be ridiculous. But you can teach your child that horizontal planes don't rise to eye level. Ridiculous claim again, made by, I don't know who makes the claim. I've never heard anybody actually make the claim. Well, I've heard two people make the claim that the horizon rises above eye level. One of them, George Nutsack, who we might hear a bit about later. And the other one is a guy called Jesse Gordon that's claimed to have measured an angle at the top of a mountain and found a formula. He's measured a formula from an angle at the top of a mountain. So if you're listening, Nathan Oakley, Jesse Gordon, he's your man. He can do marvelous things with angles, because we've already heard that Blue Marble and who was it the other day? Oh, Blue Marble and Larry state that you do actually need more things than just an angle. So Fight the Flat Earth has invited me in to discover a proof for myself about level being horizontal, which is obviously there. We might go around to talking about that in a bit again. So this is another thing. The actual reason I came in, Fight the Flat Earth's doing that, but I was wanting to talk to Jesse Kozlowski. So I don't suppose anybody else knows about Jesse Kozlowski. For everybody listening, give you a brief history. Jesse Kozlowski is the guy, the shadow giant, who told everybody that impossible things were possible, and then he ran away because he couldn't show them how to do these impossible things after claiming that they were definitely possible. Now, there's another group of people, usually boomers, that have listened to what Jesse Kozlowski told them, and they really think he was telling the truth, even though he's left us now for quite a while. Hopefully, he might come back to let them know about this sort of thing. I doubt it, though. Right, so listen, this is the first time I actually managed to corner Jesse Kozlowski on an old channel. It's a guy called Jose. He used to run he used to be with Nathan Oakley, I think. I think Jaron gave him a camera, a P900. He drew some pictures, did like crayon drawings. He used to do wax crayon drawings. Now, this is a bit where I managed to actually talk to him, so listen to this. Right, it's a question for Jesse. I just want to know, is the level a drop from the horizontal? A measurable drop from horizontal? You might notice there's quite a few trolls here on the screen. It's an uncanny knack that we had of letting everybody see what's going on whilst we're there. So that's what you call Sleeping Warrior. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. There's 6 little troll Sleeping Warriors on the screen. So we used to have Sleeping Warrior in here. And so there you go, you can see it. All in these little rainbow suits and stuff.
Let them dance.
There you go.
Yeah. Jesse, did you hear that question from Bev? Make sure you're unmuted, Jesse. When you join, is muted. Ask again, try thinking here. Jesse should be listening.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was on mute and I just came back in.
Right, Jesse. I want to just listen to that again. That sound like Mike.
Yeah.
That sound like Mike.
Ask again, try thinking here. Jesse should be listening.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was on mute and I just came back in.
Right. That could be Mike, couldn't it? Do you think Mike? You know, when they were saying that Jesse hasn't been far, he's been around all this time. Could be Mike Jones, couldn't it? Imagine that. Can you imagine that over at Blue Marble, and they've been saying all of that stuff to him? Jesse, you said the level is not horizontal. So is the level a measurable drop from the horizontal?
I did not say that the level is not horizontal. I said horizontal and level are coincident with each other at one point only, and that's at the plumb line where the observer is.
Oh yeah, I heard
the
that.
level. the level
Is it-
surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. How many
That's
times?
measurable,
Now,
right?
my question to you is, how many times? Oh, yeah, it's measurable. It was derived.
That's all I wanted to
It
confirm.
was
Right. So
Oh, yeah. It's measurable. See, so Jesse has actually said it's measurable, right? This is the first time I ever actually get to talk to Jesse. And Jesse has to say, yeah, it's, it's a measurable drop from the horizontal. But there's a little bit more. Just to make, if you're making sure.
You can measure this. Have you tried measuring this?
Have you tried measuring this? Have you? It's the question you can ask anybody. Jesse Kozlowski goes round asking people. He tells them about the measurable drop of level from horizontal, and then he asks me if we've tried measuring it. Oh, that's a challenge, isn't it? Has anybody else tried measuring it? Or does the Blue Marble armchair geodetic surveyors do it through pictures nowadays? Or has anybody actually tried measuring it? Anyone? Maybe some people have done some tests. Maybe we might be talking about them later. Here we go. Jesse, come on, tell us more.
I've
yeah,
seen
so
everything you've done,
you
man.
are
Oh, my
saying
bad.
that a water level drops away from the actual level. You know, like when you
No.
set up
No.
an
no,
auto level,
no, I didn't say
they're
that.
different, aren't they?
No, not really.
That's George.
An auto level.
George, I was
Established
asking,
as a
Jesse,
tan-
what are you doing?
An auto level
Are you speaking
established.
for Jesse,
Yeah,
George?
if I can't join in, you can't either, man.
George, let me talk to this man.
Go ahead, Jesse.
So that was a typical tactic that they used to use. These team of people that work together. You might still have heard that, the idea of these people jumping in to help other people. There might be like 4 or 5 of them keeping you on your toes. Well, that was George and Jesse. Well, Jesse's overridden George because, Jesse's meant to be the man, isn't he? And George is, George is George, right? He's a bit like Larry. They don't really know anything about anything, but they can talk a good game. There's a lot of people that are like that in this arena. Call them crazy old men. I think that's what you call them in your hometown, right? Crazy old guys that just ramble on about stuff. Well, these old guys have found somewhere where people will listen to them, even though they know nothing about anything. But they're happy that people listen to them.
Thanks. Okay. So
this
how
is
many more
Jesse.
times must I explain this to you? I've explained this to you on Twitter, on YouTube, and now we're here in person finally talking to each other.
Yeah.
Finally talking to each other. So this is the first time I ever got to talk to Jesse Kozlowski and ask him these questions because he's been avoiding them like text chat trolls do. One of the tactics, probably one of the reasons why text chat trolls don't actually ever talk in chat is this lesson learned from Jesse Kozlowski here. Don't ever talk about it, because if you do, you have to leave. You can't come back again and start talking about anything else again. You'll have to answer even more questions. So just stay in text chat. This is how you know text chat trolls. They're too scared to come in the VC. They might end up saying stupid shit like Jesse does here.
How many more times?
You're saying that level drops from the horizontal. A level is a tool that establishes a horizontal.
My question to you, this is my question. How many more times do you want me to repeat
I
this
haven't
same
heard one
answer?
straight answer. Give a straight answer.
All right, Brian, I'm going to have to lose you from the call. Only Try Thinking and Jesse Kozlowski are the only 2 persons should be heard right now.
So that's my question to you is how many more times do you want me to repeat the identical answer I've been giving you? I don't know. Is this months now since I since you started following me on Twitter and
Okay, well,
you pestered
can
me
I
with
go?
the exact
Can I
same
go over
question.
it then?
Right, so yes, before I came here, I think everybody knows that. I was on Twitter. I was talking to Twitter chat trolls, and of which Jesse was one of them, and Soundly, and the guy that probably doesn't live in Maine, Jeff, and countless others. Fight the Flat Earth, Red's Rhetoric, 82 Productions, Geist View. Like some of the, a lot of the worst trolls I considered I've ever known on Twitter, of which Jesse Kozlowski and the other guys, they were with them. Same group of people. Slice Barcane. How could I forget Slice Barcane? Yeah, a lot of them. Leaky Plumber. So, yeah, that's where I came in from. And I came in because I was looking to have a chat with Jesse Kozlowski. Because as far as I'm concerned, Jesse Kozlowski was a lying shit. And he's actually saying it now, right? It's measurable. This drop from horizontal of the water level is measurable, according to them. So, there we go.
And tell you what I understand, and you can just confirm or deny it, right? Just to make sure. You're saying that you can set up a level.
No, I just asked you a question. I'm asking you this. How many more times are you going to ask
just this
me
one? Just this one, Jesse.
So
if you make it sure and let everybody know that you have definitely answered the question that I've asked, then that'll be the last time, Jesse. Promise.
So this is it. Drum roll. This is it, right, Brian? What's your name?
Do you know the question? Do you want me to repeat the question again?
Yes, you're going to, but I wanted you to answer me that one question. How many more times? You're saying this is it.
Right, yeah. If you answer the question this time properly and not obfuscate it.
Have you seen my answers before?
You've never really answered the question. That's why I keep having to ask to clarify, Jesse.
All right, let's try it.
Okay, so big build-up, right? Big build-up. Finally get to talk to Jesse Kozlowski. And this is the last time anybody ever heard of Jesse Kozlowski. Because of this answer. Okay, do you want me to give you the question then from full?
Yeah, let's pretend it's the first time.
Okay. I'm at the side of a canal and I have set up an auto level, right? That is establishing a horizontal line of view, right? Through the crosshairs.
Correct.
Right. And now I am at the side of a canal. Now that canal is water level. It is horizontal too, I say, but you say it drops away. Now, can you measure that drop of the water level away from the horizontal level of your auto level?
Perfect. Let's try to, Jesse, address you without interruptions. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yes.
That's it.
Clear. Can you?
So it is measurable, according to Jesse Kozlowski. It's really unfortunate that he's not here anymore, because what method? How'd you do it? I'm going to ask him.
You do it without using perspective.
Why not? Why not?
Wow. I don't think that was that it. Was that it? I heard Brian, I heard George, but it was supposed to be Jesse and Bev, like sorting this out and sealing it up for the last time. So let's give him an extra minute.
So you say it can be measured. What sort of distance can it be measured at, please?
What distance would you like to try to measure it at?
I don't know. I'm asking you, what distance can you measure it at? All of these people around here are thinking you can do it. So tell these people at what distance you can measure the drop of the water level from the auto level, please.
Well, first of all,
that's it. He didn't. He can't. He left. He's gone. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski. He cannot answer that question. He can't give us a method on how to do it. The great shadow giant has faded. It's gone. But like the bad smell still lingers.
As far as I know, they only used measuring angles. That's what they did with Larry. So this is all they got. Angles, nothing more.
Measuring an angle of the drop of the water level from horizontal, according to Jesse. And well, I think Blue Marble again as well. He's Mumbles has been bad mouthing certain stuff that we have actually done. Right, so now you've just watched, you just listened there, right? That was the demise of Jesse Kozlowski. He was a big man. He was getting wrote into books. He's into the history books of just some strange little WordPress. Very rarely quoted, just sent out by Discord trolls. It's not really shown out that much on Twitter or anything, all of the Jesse Kozlowski stuff. And they are the only people, believe me, that in this entire arena of the people that measure the separation of level and horizontal for some reason, like I said in that, it's horizontal. Water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. There can't be any hump, and it definitely doesn't drop. Yet, there's a certain group of people now that don't like the idea of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. They definitely don't like the idea of vertical being a plane or horizontal being a plane, because then you can't, perpendicular planes are a bit much. But then also having tools that establish these horizontal planes. It's a little bit weird. I've got... I'll put this on. This is a thing from... I'll swap my screens over. Come back to that in a bit. Can you guys see that? Did it swap for you?
Yeah.
Right, this is a video I've got from, it's called Horizontal Plane, made using theodolite, and it's from a guy called Jesse Kozlowski. He's only got 1,800 subs, and this video's only got 347. It's about similar to the amount of videos that I get watching. And it says here, my videos demonstrating how to establish the horizontal reference line as the geometry required by the 8 inches times the distance in miles squared formula to measure the drop of the Earth curvature down from. And then there's loads of references there. So here we go. Listen to this. Yep.
Lights basically consist of a series of mutually perpendicular axes. The vertical axis, which passes through the center of the horizontal circle, the trunnion axis, which passes through the center of the vertical circle, and the line of collimation, or line of sight, which passes along the center of the telescope through the center of the crosshairs on the diaphragm. Before it can be used to measure angles, the theodolite must be carefully centered and leveled so that its vertical axis passes vertically through the station, its horizontal circle lies in a horizontal plane, and its vertical circle lies in a vertical plane.
So there you go. Absolutely vital that the tool requires a horizontal plane and a vertical plane, because all the vertical angles are measured within a vertical plane. Now that's on a guy called Jesse Kozlowski. He's one of the biggest guys within this arena for this globe surveying. There's not, in fact, there's no bigger name in the blue marble geodetic surveying thing. And as you can see there, I mean, like, that wasn't actually his video going over that, but it was somebody else. He's probably still got a theodolite or two. He might have had to hand them on to somebody else. You never know. Oh. See, how did we get here? How did we end up here? I don't think we need to talk about FE Dogma, do we? He's FE Dogma's left the arena as well. He's taken Jesse's advice. In fact, it could be Jesse. Yep. Above. Yep.
I posted a video. It's only a couple minutes long. It might be where Jesse got it from. You might want to check it out.
Was that in what, the live chat?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, I can't just post any of those. I don't know who that guy is.
All right.
He could.
Okay, no problem. You might want to watch it on your own time. It's very informative. Yeah. Thanks.
Right, okay. So, this is a video of Blue Marble Sciences. This is Blue Marble Science. It says, is level horizontal? Nope. And it says here, we're going to look into the claim that try thinking makes that level is horizontal, right? Now, I said that at the beginning, and it's not flat earth, it's just reality, right? Everybody in reality knows that level is horizontal. There's not really much else it could be. You can't really have a line that passes more than 180 degrees, i.e. 2 right angles. That'd be ridiculous. But like I say, there is a group of people that have been led. I think they've been brainwashed by Jesse Kozlowski, who's done a Jesse Kozlowski. He can't answer for any of the things that he's done and all of the stuff that everybody believes. George has left us, God rest his soul, so he can't really, explain. And Larry Scott, we all heard Larry Scott and his ramblings. Well, this is a video about this is a video about we have done a test, but I think it's much better for letting Blue Mumble go through it, right? So let's get he does his Blue Marble stuff, so I want to skip any out. Look at that. This is his old workshop. I think this is the first time Blue Marble ever went live, or not. Maybe not the first time, but one of the times.
I'm live.
It's got a fancy. I mean, look at he's got a computer and everything in his workshop. That's fancy,
so you guys type in the chat.
All of the tills. You got 1, 2.
Let me know if you're hearing me.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hello,
8
everybody.
Planes on the racks there. I mean, that's
a lot of people out there already.
That's some good woodworking shit. That doesn't happen, that.
Good to see you guys.
I think Blue's a woodworker, really. Or his dad was.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'm going to get joined maybe by George Natchik. Maybe some other folks before it's over with.
Boomers.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
He was hoping people were going to join him.
Anyway, hello, Mr. 42.
Oh, 42 as well.
See you out there. Let me see if anybody's over in Discord at the moment. There's a window capture. Probably would be easier, but...
Right, come on. Takes a while for him to get into this.
I will let it go as it is for the time being.
So he's going over one of my videos. Not he's missed the Buster
I know
song
what I
at the
need to do,
beginning.
though. Let me do some, a little bit of rearranging here.
I'll zip through it again a little bit faster.
So right now, I can't see the live chat, so you guys are kind of on your own. Let me...
Come on, Blue.
Let me... to do with his water level test, and if those of you that aren't familiar with it, just hang in there. We'll get to it in a few minutes and explain what Bill's position is.
Boom.
But let's go ahead and listen for a bit.
Go on. I was telling you about this before. This is Blue, and now this is Blue talking about it's like Inception, right? So this video of Blue's is over a year ago, right? And he's going over a video that we've gone over already, right? That we've already done a live stream, and Blue's going over that video. And now the thing is, like Jesse just said there, have you ever attempted to measure this? Well, the answer is we have a test. We call it the Realizing Euclid test. And it's about a straight line. It's the first proposition in book 11. That's what we're talking about here. Now, this test is, I suppose you could say, it's sort of a measure of how much level deviates from horizontal. You could call it that. Or you could call it just a Realizing Euclid test for you to realize how Euclid is used in reality. That's what we decided to do it as. And you're going to hear a little bit of us talking about that. It might get a bit tricky because you might not know who's me. I may have changed a bit, actually, from what I sound like then. Here we go. Listen, water level test. But like me and Spot On did this test. Well, we've been developing it over for a few years, and we wanted to do it on our own first. Like it's a personal thing, so we did it, and we've done it on our own, and we made it so we can do it cheap enough that we weren't putting ourselves out of pocket. The idea was to develop a test that was simple enough that anyone could do, really. Well, let's not say everyone. It cost £100 for the equipment for this test, and then obviously it's not only you need somebody else to do it with you and all of that sort of thing. So the idea was us to develop a test. Now we did that in the summer last year, and there wasn't an awful lot of looking into it. Well, people have said quite a fair few things about it, but nobody's really looked into the test. And what Blue said today, see, that still stands to this day. The test has already been done. It's near 2 years ago that we did it. It's still as valid today as it ever was, and it can still be done by anybody using very simple principles. That was the idea of that test. That's why we did it. That's why we did it for ourselves, and I think I am going to explain it. Just to check, is the volume levels okay for everyone? I'm not too sure because it's coming through a YouTube from a YouTube through a YouTube. Can you hear the background noise? Yeah.
Yep.
Is it okay? Okay. Is it good on YouTube as well? Can you guys hear it? I hope so. Right. So this is going over the Realizing Euclid test that me and Spot On have already done. Well, I say me and Spot On. That's not fair. Me, my sons, and Spot On. We were all involved in it. In fact, everybody at the Discord has been involved in the entire thing, always. So it's not just me and Spot On. There are other people. And the test still stands, and we can take people through it again. Hey, I don't know why Blue's done this, but shout out Blue for bringing the test back up again. Sort of the Logos, maybe, from what we were doing today. So this is Blue. I can't really do Blue's voice. So it might be better turn up in the R. Redmond's quite good at doing Blue, isn't he? Bev. So he says, how many points do you need to define an arc, Bev? Bev. So it's just a part of a circle, isn't it? And I know how many points you need to describe a circle, so I'm guessing it's about the same as that. 2. Centre point, distance from centre. 2 points. Arc. I think Blue was meant to be speaking. He didn't get his mute button, so it's not. This isn't me. It's just Blue's talking. You can't hear him because Blue says, I've got news for you. 2 won't do it. Which was a bit of a shock.
Whoops, sorry about that. Had the mic muted. I've got too many mute buttons around here. No, Bev, you can't define an arc with 2 points. An arc is a segment of a circle. You need a starting point and an end point. You need something in the middle, and that will define what the radius of the arc is. I thought you knew all about geometry, buddy. Something went wrong, I guess.
Because that's the only way you can define or describe an arc is by the radius, right? That's 2 points, straight line. Sorry, Blue, but I mean, yeah. And he says, when you take only the 2 ends of a water level, all you can do is define a straight line. I agree. The shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line. But it's on a horizontal plane. The plane contains all of the straight lines within it. So the tool establishes a horizontal plane of reference. But the 2 points and the shortest distance between the two would have to be a straight line, but also horizontal. Straight line with neither end being higher nor lower than the other. That's a horizontal. So thanks, Blue. So, okay, so Blue Marble Science agreed. He's wrote it there. When you take only the 2 ends of a water level, all you can define is a straight line. He's right. 2 points, straight line, water level. Straight line, water level, equal elevations. That's a horizontal. Boom. There you go. Thank you very much. No slope. Either end, equal elevations. It's great. Blue continues because obviously it's a good test then, isn't it? It's a good basis. You have 2 water levels or 1 with a center tap to show the curvature. I mean, I'm not too sure what. Anybody?
I'm going to pause right there. Can you hear me, George?
Boomer. This is the boomers talking to each other.
Yeah, I got you, Blue. Hang on, I got a phone call. I'll be right with you.
Yeah, okay.
See, George is in. You have.
All right, we got George joining us.
TWO. You have 2 water levels or 1 with a center tap to show the curvature. I.e.
Is he saying 1 from A to B and then another 1 with A and B with an upright in the middle?
Well, I think he means you have 2. Maybe have to have 2 water levels.
Well, actually, all you got to do is read what I wrote. You have to have 2 water levels or 1 with a center tap. How hard was that?
Or 1 with a center tap to show the curvature. So all you need to do is have 2 water levels and you can show the curvature, says Blue. It's that easy. You just have 2 water levels. Boom. Or put a center tap in one. Now, who would be silly enough to put a center tap in a water level? Apart from the machinist ones for leveling machinist beds. Who else would be doing that? Adding different taps or whatever? It just means an upright in the centre.
Yeah.
Right. He says, i.e., the very test you refuse to do, and the only way it can be done in reality. Right, well, news for you, Blue. We did have two, and they didn't have just one centre tap. They had a quarter centre tap as well. A quarter tap on them, and that was the overlap. So, like, not only have you said we refuse to do it, we have actually done it. That's the test.
No, you haven't actually done it, Bev. And
So that's Blue Marble telling us we haven't actually done the test that we have actually done. That's the power of the Blue Marble scientist. Trying to magic away things that they don't want to consider. It's been going on for quite a while. Just hand waving away stuff, pretending it didn't exist. You can't really get away from this. The test is real. It's about time everybody actually heard about it. I know it's tricky, it's a bit difficult, and this perhaps isn't the arena to be unveiling these sort of things to people, obviously. It's a bit too upsetting for people.
I'm going to be showing that here in a minute.
Going to be showing
what you've done is proven that water is level using a water level. And that's all you've shown.
You say prove?
And I'm going to be showing that here in a minute. What you've done is proven that water is level using a water level.
So there is some sort of a proof there, right? You can prove at least that water is level. So if we can assign an other property to that, then hey, it's horizontal too. We can proven that level is horizontal. So thanks a lot, Blue. It's there.
And that's all you've shown. That will not work. That does not define what the shape of the Earth is.
We're not doing shit about the shape of the Earth.
A water level will simply do nothing more
You'll
than
hear that
define
a lot.
2 points in space, and you can draw a straight line between them.
Right, so you can have a straight line between 2 points, and that straight line doesn't say fucking anything about the shape of the Earth, obviously, because this test has got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's about a straight line, like Blue says. He's identified this test very well. It's to show people that a straight line lies within a plane. That's the test. Now, if everybody's not aware of that, it's a very simple idea. It's called realizing Euclid. Euclid is the fundamentals, the elements of geometry. And in reality, the straight line is the first thing that should be proved within this arena. It's the first thing that you should be able to prove to yourself, a straight line. Most people haven't. They've never even considered it. Never even considered what a straight line is and how fundamental it is to our understanding of geometry. So, it may sound a little bit cheesy. It may sound a little bit basic, but trust me, this is the foundations, and this is where you start. This is where you start with an argument. And these people, Blue Marble scientists, they're in for a shock, because you can't really get around this at all.
That doesn't mean that the thing under the water levels is actually a straight line. So keep going. You're doing well here.
So it doesn't mean that the thing under the water levels is a straight line. Right? You're dead right. Nobody gives a shit about what's underneath the water levels. We don't care. We just use the water levels to prove geometrically the straight line lies within a plane.
You don't come around to ask us. No one's come around to ask us.
No.
Inquire or anything.
Think of all of those times we went over there, and he never.
More assumptions about. Yeah.
And I said, we've already done the test, Blue. Can you not remember when I said I could prove that level is horizontal and you said that you could prove it wasn't? I said that because we've already done the test. And I said I could
I'm
prove
with you,
it
Blue.
was horizontal, and just
Yeah, let me pause for a second. Hello, George.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Boom,
Uh,
I'll just be listening. If you want to refer to me or talk to me, just holler.
yeah, I think to hear this on Discord, you'll have to go to the live presentation I'm doing and watch it there.
I'm looking at it. Yes.
Yeah, okay. You ought to be able to hear it then. So
I'm not hearing anything.
Well, it's not playing right now. I paused it.
Oh, okay.
Let me turn it on. You tell me if you're hearing it.
to do that, I think.
You hearing it now?
Right, you guys in here listening. He's still listening to the YouTube. This one's for you, Blue. We'll get it done at the beginning. This is.
No.
It says I'm watching the stream.
Yeah, we might have a technical difficulty here. I thought that would work. It's not muted or anything, is it?
No.
Okay.
Well, and on my side, that I need to adjust, but
Slight technical
I
difficulty.
see it, but I don't hear anything.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do. You can watch it on YouTube, of course.
Sure.
All righty.
Sure.
We'll get back to it.
Wait. Let's see. Live chat. Did you post it anywhere where I pick it up on YouTube?
Just on my channel, George.
On your channel.
You got Blue Marble Science.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Go there. You'll find it. All righty. Okay, let's continue for a minute.
I recorded 6 months ago on the comments. Listen to this.
On your model, Biff, on a flat Earth.
No, Blue,
level
no,
and horizontal
Blue,
will
stop
be the
it.
same.
Blue,
okay, then
stop
tell me
it.
what your model is.
I don't have a model. I do not have a model.
Well,
Other
I
than
do.
saying level
I do.
is horizontal.
I do, and my model says level is not horizontal.
Brilliant. I say I can prove that level is horizontal.
And I say I can prove it is not.
Brilliant.
There you go. Bit of a sing out for STST. Quite a bit ago. Right, so that's Blue saying that. Shout out Buster. He's not here. Buster's favourite song, that. Okay, so this is me going over a bit where Blue Marbles claimed that he can prove that level is not horizontal. And he might be having a go now. It's really strange that nobody's ever come and asked me about what we consider as the proof that level is horizontal. Why would anybody ever need the proof of level being horizontal? I mean, it's a crazy thing for somebody to even ask or even consider. And I personally, like Jesse says, have you ever tried? I don't think there are many people that have actually ever checked. What would be the need for somebody to check something like that? Well, perhaps somebody has been challenged to find a proof that level is horizontal. Perhaps that. Perhaps they've challenged themselves. Perhaps they're just inquisitive people that would like to attempt to challenge themselves to find a proof of something. Probably something, the most fundamental things in reality that you could ever check. I know not many people in here or any people anywhere would ever even contemplate the idea of having to check this. Never mind finding the time to be able to do it, getting the space or whatever. Well, that is, unless there were somebody that did have the time and the effort and the want, the need to be able to prove something to themselves, because maybe they just like challenging themselves. Maybe they're already here. Maybe it's already been done. So let's see how Blue reacts. he can prove. He says he can prove that level isn't horizontal.
Sorry, Bev, was that STST guy on his video, or did you put that in there?
So yeah, I did that mix.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just thought it was on the original.
On the original of the blue one, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. That was a big moment, right? Blue said he could prove that level isn't horizontal. Slope, that was the big slope video. I'll put that in the anyone want to share? Anyone wants to share the video out on the YouTubes? That's the one that where Blue states that he can prove that water level. That's when initially we started the challenge, the proof for proof challenge. So, yeah, that's Blue. You still check it, still there. So, try Blue says, that's where I said about that. Then Blue says, you ran a test that can't show curvature, Bev. Well, it can't. It's a rectilinear test. Straight line test. Yeah. There's no curvature. That's what the test's for. It's to show a straight line. How you can do practical Euclidean geometry in reality.
Now, wait a minute. Practical Euclidean geometry. You're saying that you can hook up a water level, get 2 points in space, draw a line between them, and call that practical Euclidean geometry? I believe that's a bit of a stretch.
Ha! Blue Marble Science doesn't think you can do practical geometry. I mean, that's serious. This is a guy calls himself Blue Marble Science. He's got a woodworking shop. He doesn't know what practical Euclidean geometry is. That can't be real, can it? Can somebody really be that oblivious? Does anyone think?
You use Euclidean geometry everywhere.
Exactly. Like, how can he not make the practical use of it? Like, what's up with him? It's almost like, when we went over all of the I haven't even put those ones out yet. The Bacon with this new modern science that gets rid of deductive logic. I mean, have they completely had it removed that they can't even see the practical use of deductive logic within geometry in reality? I think they must have done. I hate to say it, but I mean, perhaps Blue's had his time, right? Dementia sets in. I'm pretty sure we started that with George. We started noticing forgetting things. He like he was telling us off because he was contradicting himself, and that was our fault. And he was confused. It was a confused mind. I think that's what's happening to Blue Marble. He doesn't seem to know where he's talking or what he's talking about. It's a shame. We'll get onto that in a bit. But this is the point of the reality, Euclidean geometry in reality on Euclid night. I know you're listening, Blue.
Yeah,
and he says, you could come in and voice all of these yourself. Look. You ran a test that can't show curvature, Bev. It's a bogus test. Can't you remember telling me that all you've proven is that water is level using a water level to prove it? No, Blue. It's a straight line test. It's a rectilinear test to prove the first proposition, book 11 in Euclid.
I must have missed something. I'll be damned if I know what kind of test this would be, other than maybe checking for leaks in the water level. Well, I mean, I have no idea what he thinks he's proving.
He doesn't know what the test is. He's never looked into the principles behind it. The Euclidean principles, the understanding of practical nature, the physics of water. He's never bothered looking at it. Marrying up the physics of reality with Euclidean principles. I mean, How can blue marble science be so oblivious to this? To not know anything about it? I think it's pretty shameful, really. If you'd have asked us at some point, we would have told you. But nobody did. That's right, nobody did. Nobody's ever bothered coming and asking us. So it's too scary for them. I'm being serious about this now, right? The blue marble scientists cannot see the realizing Euclid test. They can't. It it upsets them mentally because it's a problem that they can't solve. Like somebody asking you to prove that level is horizontal. It's a problem that's too big for most people. Why would they even need to do it? It's sort of a mathematics thing, you know, to prove something that's so obvious. It's a challenge. Can you do it? Well, certain people rise to those sort of challenges. Certain people, like blue marble science, just want to go, nuh-uh. He's not even looked into what the realizing Euclid test is. And because of that, he's just going to hand wave it away. Say he doesn't understand it. So therefore, that's it. You know, it can't be understood. It's just blue marble science, right? His misunderstanding has to be given to everybody else. Just because this blue can't get past this particular bridge, he can't get over it. He's just have to sit there stopping everybody else, which is a familiar trait of these people. I say these people. I mean people like blue marble science. The people that can't see past the problem and therefore think it's an unsolvable problem. So you just bring in the dogma because that'll fill the gap of your misunderstanding. You can do that dead easily. Yeah. You absolutely have to have a straight line between the endpoints to measure the center against, and that's the part you refuse to do. You need to set up a 1 arc-second theodolite or auto level aligned with the midpoint of a long water level. 1,600 yards would be good. Interesting. It's a good measurement. And measure the drop at each end. I'll say that again. Yeah. Say that again. It's important. This is the one for everybody who's listening. This is blue. I might need to play this twice. You need to set up a 1 arc-second theodolite or auto level. Sounds like he's been talking to George. Aligned with the midpoint of a long water level, 1,600 yards would be good. And measure the drop at each end. Measure the drop.
Yeah, drop, Biff.
Yeah,
drop from horizontal.
Drop from horizontal. Look, he's literally saying it. A drop from horizontal at each end of the water level. Everybody knows what that is, don't they? A measured drop from horizontal with an auto level theodolite. You know what that is, right? He keeps talking about it at Blackpool. A drop from horizontal. That's right.
It's an elevation change.
Yes, that's right. So blue marble science is literally just said a water level drops at each end. And there is only 2 ends. And they both drop at each end.
From what?
It's going to be... Yeah, exactly. You've only got 2 points. You can only reference each end to the other point. Yeah. 2 inches and you know it. No, blue. They'll drop.
Yes, Bev.
None.
Drop.
0. Zilch. Even you said there, yes, Bev. That's blue marble science. Blue mumble. It's just mumbled in there. Agreeing that there is a drop. Do you want to hear it again? And measure the drop.
Yeah, drop, Bev. Drop from horizontal.
Drop from horizontal. It's going to be 2 inches. Confirm it again, and you know it. No, blue. They'll drop.
Yes, Bev.
None.
Drop.
0. Yes, Bev. So he's confirmed it twice. I know I've paid it over again just so everybody can definitely hear Blue Marble say the water level drops at each end. Because that obviously happens, right? Zilch. Even altitude. It's a water level, Blue.
Even elevation, absolutely. Every point along that water level will be at the same elevation. It will be at the same gravitational potential.
See, he calls it gravitational potential, but you'll hear George in a bit. Equipotential. Equipotential, Blue. George will tell you equipotential.
That's what it will be. That is not a straight line, sir.
Oh.
You could also set your instrument at one end and align it with the far end and measure the centre, which will be 2 inches high. Double drop, high, hump, 2-inch hump. Double drop, hump.
Okay. So Blue Marble, you put it in the centre, you look either end and it drops. You move to one end, what happens? Hump. It's 2 inches higher. 2 inches higher in the centre. So what Blue Marble's done here, he's done a double drop, but he's inverted it. He's meant to get a drop from each end. I'm not too sure whether you're meant to go in the centre where the water level isn't. But he says you could also set your instrument at one end and align it with the far end and measure the centre, which will be 2 inches high. High. Not lower, down, high, up. Right? It's a different thing. He's got a hump. He's got a hump. He's got a hump.
Double drop hump.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Blue. And Blue says, until you conduct a proper test, you have absolutely nothing other than a very stable logical argument that sort of goes to show that you've just said a paradox in that one sentence.
You guys don't know what a paradox is. Gee.
So Blue Marble Science says we don't know what a paradox is, whilst he's the one that's just said the water level drops from both ends and it rises in the centre.
In the center of straight line, yes, we understand.
Yep, that's where they get their extra angles from a straight line with the reciprocal zenith angles, Blue.
Jesus. All right, let's see what we can do about looking
let's
at
have a
what
look at
we're
it now.
actually talking about.
Oh, here we go.
Now,
Look.
hopefully,
I think that's George coming in.
hopefully you guys are seeing my AutoCAD screen. Bev's talking about water levels, and I've drawn these little symbols like this thing. If you can see the cursor
You guys
on
see
the
that?
left,
Yeah.
let that be the vial at one end of the water level, and I'm showing 3 of them here. If the Earth were flat, and this water level had a tap in the center, and we took a theodolite and we lined up that or an auto level in the case of a flat surface.
Right. You know, I'm pretty sure that they said earlier, and they did say earlier, that the water level's got nothing to do with the land underneath it. Doesn't matter what shape the Earth is underneath, right? You could be doing it over a trench. You could be doing it either side of a hill. You could be doing it anywhere, really, because it doesn't really matter. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the land underneath it. It's a water level. So all of a sudden, when Blue Marble starts doing these pictures, he starts talking about the land underneath the water level, when he knows it's got absolutely nothing to do with it. It's an obsession. They can't stop themselves from doing it. I'm going to point it out every time that Blue Marble does that, right? And if I miss it, let us know.
And lined it up, all those water levels will be identical. They'll all be at the same elevation. They're all at the same gravitational potential.
They are the same. Yeah. In reality, that's what they are. They're at the equal elevation.
But that's not what happens in reality.
Well, it does.
In reality, we get that. This is very exaggerated, obviously. But all three of these water levels are still at the same gravitational potential. This is the level.
The one in the middle's higher. Definitely, it's definitely higher, right? I don't know why he's got one in the middle, but I mean, he has. He's put one in the middle and it's higher. That's not what happens in reality. Don't trust us.
Line, the red dotted line.
We've done the test.
That is level. If you line up now a theodolite, something where you can control the vertical angle, if you line up the first tube and the last tube, you're going to see that the center one is high. That's the only way you can do this test.
The center one's high, right? Why would the water level have the center one high? I think you've got to be model afflicted, right? And it's not model afflicted in a good way. And that, it's got a hump in the middle. It's literally high. You keep saying it high. It's above. No matter which way you look at that, that one in the middle is higher. And I know Blue Marble is model afflicted, and people, when they take on this model, it sort of overrides reality. Like Blue Marble science thinks this is reality, and it doesn't really go with physics. But hey, this is Blue Marble physics. It might be slightly different than what actually happens in reality, but I don't know. It's hard to tell when boomers get together. I don't know. I guess it's the sort of age that they were brought up in. They might have been taught to be like this. You don't know.
And determine what the shape of the ground or the earth is underneath the water level. There's no other way of doing it.
Did you say that you can determine what's underneath there? Well, after saying earlier that it couldn't. I'll just put that back. Missed that.
Angle. If you line up the first tube and the last tube, you're going to see that the center one is high. That's the only way you can do this test and determine what the shape of the ground or the earth is underneath the water level.
But the water level doesn't tell you what the ground's shaped underneath it. Why would you do this to determine what the shape of the ground is underneath? Doesn't make any sense. He did say you couldn't do anything with it earlier. And now he said this is the only way you can do it.
Instead of vertical measurement, suddenly.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to sight a water level from the side. You need to dark shark a water level. I don't know.
There's no other way of doing it.
There's no other way of doing it. So this now is the only way that you can do this. Not that it doesn't actually, like the actual water level doesn't give a shit about the land underneath it. Yet Blue Marble Science has just said this is the only way to do it. Put it back again. 20 seconds. Let's hear exactly what he says so we can get it all clear in our minds what Blue Marble Science is actually saying here.
Angle. If you line up the first tube and the last tube, you're going to see that the center one is high. That's the only way you can do this test and determine what the shape of the ground or the earth is underneath the water level. There's no other way of doing it. So let's go back and see what kind of derp comes next.
So he's just said that he's just drawn some AutoCAD picture of a water level that's higher and said that's the only way to do this. tell you what shape the Earth is. Well, don't give a shit about the shape of the Earth. We're doing it for a test, a realizing Euclid test, which I'm not too sure that you guys understand it, Blue Marble. This has got nothing to do with your monadic belief structure. Don't feel threatened. Don't worry about it. You can keep your high water levels in the middle. Ours is just a straight line test. That's all it is. To show people the principles and how you can use the principles of physics in reality to relate those to geometric principles, also the fundamentals in reality. All of these things link together beautifully in reality, and it's not hard for anybody to do this. It doesn't cost that much. Blue Marble calls this derp.
Uh-oh, not the paradox word.
Yeah, it's a big hot topic at the minute. That's why we're going to go on to it tonight. I said it's just a rectilinear test done in reality using Euclidean geometric principles, Blue. Don't worry, it's only done as part of our Proofs in Reality series. Feel free to join the discussion about proofs and how we can obtain them anytime.
Well, thank goodness it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, because you're going to fall flat on your face trying to do it that way.
He's just said it's got a hump, and that's the only way to do with it. Like, he's obsessed with this stuff. I really think I don't think he knows whether he's coming or going, or don't think he knows. Does anybody know what Blue Marble's thinking of now? After I'm telling it's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all. Yeah, he's just said it's the only way to do it.
Yes, so the only way to establish curve is by establishing straight line.
Yeah, apparently. We're doing a straight line test, and he said that the only way to do it is to tell the shape of the Earth is a hump. So perhaps the Euclidean geometric proof for a straight line, Blue Marble might want to put his monadic belief into it somehow. Bend it, curve it. Which I thought that was a pretty good description of what we did. Right? Our test is like, how close can we get a proof? And can we do it ourselves cheaply?
Oh, yeah, that is the whole point of it. Yeah. Simple test, inexpensive, repeatable.
Yeah, demonstrable, verifiable. Has he sped
And
me
you can
up?
pass it on to somebody else and explain it to them, and they can do it for themselves. But you got a lot of bits here that work, yeah?
And Blue has verified that that is the correct way to do this test.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, we got that too, yeah.
I've got McToon saying it as well, what we need to do. Apart from the bit about when they start going, you need to cite it, because everybody knows that's a joke. The Dark Shark was a branded product made by DP and the House of Ruhif. So Blue says, it isn't a test of any sort, Beth, other than maybe a leak check. Which is, I guess, one better than Slice Barcane. Right? Because we didn't have any leaks. We'd already done the leak tests for like a month beforehand. Did loads of
You mean you
tests in the
tested
back
it
garden.
before you brought it to the field?
Absolutely.
I think he's
one of the
That's
first
smart
things
thinking.
you do. Yeah.
Yeah, unlike what they did.
We checked it first with a 100-meter water level to check all of that and did all of the preliminary tests, and then we scaled it up a bit bigger. Made it 400 meters. And Blue says, and I really hope you stick to this word, Blue says, don't worry, we won't let you get away with misrepresenting what you did. Good, Blue. I hope you do not misrepresent what we did. Because we come with some dialogue and we'll try and explain to you exactly what we did.
Well, I'll certainly try not to misrepresent it, but so far, all you've done is set up a water level.
And what we will be doing for the next time. Anybody else that wants to come and join us? He has already misrepresented it, though, right? Because he's put a hump in it and said that the only way you can do it to measure the shape of the Earth is by doing it the way Blue said. So feel free. It's just a test. Come and discuss it. Basic geometric principles, which we'll be going over tonight. Nicely enough.
This is not the first time. Sorry.
Go on. Go on.
It's not the first time that Blue brought up this double drop hump. If you guys remember, a couple of months back with the LIGO fiasco, you remember the canal?
Yeah.
There's a canal 2.5 miles long that runs alongside LIGO. I'm sure everybody knows that. Well, Blue says that it drops on either end by, I believe it was 4 inches.
And it was earthworks. It was they didn't move dirt because they needed to save, but that was
no, that was something else with Rakia. Yeah, that's a whole different issue. This was a bet that I initiated with him. I forget. I said, let's make it $1,000. I said, and he said, let's make it $10,000.
Yeah, the bet was $10,000. Well, the East Tube at Livingston is not level. It's 4 feet low at the bottom end. In fact, Essie, glad you brought that up. Let's see if we can find out. There you go. This is out of my video, but we can pull up the actual LIGO drawings, the as-builts. This is the arm I was talking about. Can you read the elevations, guys? Maybe not. I'll read them for you. In fact, let me blow this up. That's the vertex of the tubes right there, where I've got my cursor. Elevation 64.1.
Right. So this is LIGO at Livingston. Now, Blue Marble, he's sort of obsessed with these. I mean, he keeps going over it. He has this idea of humps and straight lines, and he's obsessed with it. He can't get over the fact that he imagines level differently than a straight line. So therefore, whenever he actually sees things that are straight lines, he has to imagine how level would be with them. But it causes problems, causes massive problems. This being one of them, right? Now, what you have to take here is he's got some elevation marks of this straight line. But what you have to put in your mind is, where is this? These elevation marks, what exactly are they? And are they the elevations of this piece of equipment? Or are they elevations of the land in reference to this piece of equipment? It's really, really strange. Once you move out of the realm of reality, it becomes really confusing as to what it is that these numbers are actually referencing. And it would be definitely difficult for somebody outside this arena to look at this and sort of understand what's going on. So as far as we can understand, these are the elevations of the actual concrete pads. Right? Okay. And this is LIGO. This isn't Hanford. Hanford's the one that goes up and up. We're going to go and talk. We'll go over that bit. Chunky. Colloquially, we call him Chunky Butt Boy. Well, we had a word with him the weekend. And he's going to talk about the other LIGO. But this is Livingston. This is the one. And he's talking about this arm. He likes to flip about arms. He likes their 4-foot drop or rise. But this one's different. This is the anomaly, if you will, of the LIGO arms. This one that he's going to talk about now. So here we go. Check this out.
2 feet. Here's the elevation at the other end. 60.04 feet. That's a 4-foot elevation change.
4-foot elevation.
That tube is not level. And by the way, I don't see any damn canal, do you? So just let me know how you want to settle up that $10,000 bet you just lost.
It's not level. The arm of LIGO is not level. 4 foot. One of them slopes 4 foot.
And let's see if we
Just
can
won
find
some money.
where we were.
Did he actually go over the...
By the way, 4 feet. That's a 4 foot elevation. Let me blow this up.
Oh no, he must come back to it a bit later on.
That's the vertex of the tubes right there, where I've got my cursor. Elevation 64.12 feet. Here's the elevation at the other end, 60.04 feet. That's a 4 foot elevation change. That tube is not level. And by the way, I don't see any damn canal, do you?
Doesn't see a canal.
So just let me know how you want to settle up that $10,000
elevation
bet you just
change
lost.
of one arm of LIGO.
Yeah, let's see
He'll come back to it later. He definitely comes
where we
back to it
were.
because there's another arm. We'll come back to that. Whoa.
Yeah, this is the canal, yeah, the water in the canal bending 4 inches on either side.
Yeah,
So I imagine there would be a hump there as well in the center.
Model afflicted. Yeah, the drop turns into a hump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anybody there want to go halfers? You want to make 5,000? You can initiate this test if you like. I'll authorize it. We'll go halfers.
So I replied to Blue. I said, you don't know what we did or the Euclidean geometric principles involved in it because you've never asked. You'll no doubt try your best to misrepresent our test into your strawman representation of what you think it is anyway.
I didn't know Euclid had a water level, Bev. I'm sorry. I must have missed it.
And I put, nice. I didn't know Euclid had a water level, Bev. That's probably where the principles of geometry came from, to be honest. I think so. Have you checked that you're okay to do this with the council? Or maybe checked with Sly, Sparkane, to help and see if you're okay going forward with this? So.
I love this part. Bev thinks I need to get somebody's permission to do something. That's hilarious.
I was just checking with him. Because, I mean, sometimes people get involved in arguments that they're not really aware of the implications of where they're meant to be going with the certain arguments. So I was just checking if Blue's okay with that. Blue says, I know what you're doing, Bev, and it's fatally flawed. You can bamboozle your lapdogs into believing you've done a test, but you've actually done nothing to show the shape of the Earth. Quite right. It's just a straight line test, Blue. Just like you said.
You're trying to figure out if a straight line is straight. I still don't get it. Maybe somebody can explain it to me.
It does a straight line. Be happy to, Blue. It's called the Realizing Euclid test, and it's just to prove Proposition 1 in Book 11, Solid Geometry, and how the links of that proposition are linked to reality, in reality, to show you the proof, the practical proof of geometry in reality, called a Realizing Euclid test. It's pretty simple. You take the principles of geometry and you place them into reality and find the best way to represent that Euclidean test within reality. We chose a water level. You can come and find out about that very test and the Euclidean principles involved within it anytime. Just pop into the Discord on the level. Come on in. Line. So that's what we were doing. It's a straight line test. The first proposition in Book 11. Solid geometry. Reality geometry. That's why we do Euclid. Those of us who actually studied Euclidean geometry well before you were born, and anyone else that actually understands it can figure out your shared straight line segment is the flaw.
Well, that's actually true, Bev. You were born in 1971, and I took geometry in 1965.
Those segments aren't... How does he know I was born in 1971? Has he been a bit... Has he been, you know, looking up my details and stuff? What's he talking about? I don't know when Blue was born. Is he all right? Little bit of a weird... I don't know. Shared, and you've done no sort of test to prove that they are or aren't. Nathan got pretty upset with Ratchy when I took her apart. What's he going to do when I destroy your test? Maybe you should pre-apologise to him.
I thought that was a nice touch. Pre-apologize. That's kind of like pre-assuming, I think.
Blue's gonna do the
delusional, isn't it?
Euclidean straight line test in reality. Good on you, Blue. I hope you don't misrepresent anything and stick to your word.
Oh, I'm trying not to misrepresent anything. Okay.
I don't think I'm bothered with that. I'm just waiting for Blue to come back and destroy the argument. So good luck to you, Blue. I think there's going to be a video coming out soon, so get ready for Blue Marble drama.
Yeah, you're watching it.
It's going to be coming out. Do you want to hear the Blue Marble drama?
Okay, I think that's about as far as that part of it goes. I thought that was sort of interesting, though. Figured you guys might enjoy seeing it. George, are you still with me? George is probably muted right now.
He's still watching the YouTube. He's a boomer. Blue.
Talk a little bit more about the fallacies involved in what Bill's doing. He claims he's just doing a straight line test.
It is.
I don't have a clue what that means.
See, he's showing his ignorance. Yeah, he's making a video about it. Literally, he's not got a clue about any of this stuff. Blue Marble Science reached his bridge within geometry way before anybody else. There's something strange in what's going on here. Why somebody who is completely ignorant to both the geometrical and practical processes that go on about the test that he's talking about, and he's still going to talk shit about it after admitting that he knows nothing about what the actual test is. This is model affliction. Blue Marble Science has a model that he cannot look away from. We're living in reality, Blue. It's okay. But I don't think you should be getting yourself involved in these sort of things. It's wrecked a few minds. Why do you think Jesse Kozlowski isn't around anymore? It's because he cannot back the shit that he's talking about. Like you, Blue, you cannot talk about the thing that you're talking about because you don't know what it is. Shameful.
A straight line test. What is that?
Doesn't even know what a straight line test is.
Maybe some of you guys can tell me.
I bet he still doesn't know what it is.
So meanwhile, George, are you back yet?
He's still watching on YouTube, Blue.
Yeah, I think George is on. He's got his mic muted anyway.
He'll come in when he wakes up. He's just having his nap.
All right, so I showed a little diagram. And, you know, we can go over that again. Let me get this centered up a little better, like that.
I think it might be somebody else's drawings.
Here's the one point that these guys will absolutely refuse to recognize, and that is that the Earth is curved and that level implies an equal gravitational potential. So,
right, so after just saying that he doesn't know what a straight line test is, he's now going to go straight into the fact that the Earth, after we're saying it's got nothing to do with the Earth, we, Blue, have got nothing to do with the Earth. But Blue Marble Science, because he's a Blue Marble fanatic, dogmatic globe guy, he can't keep his mind off it. And that's what he does. Like when you say straight lines, it troubles them. They can't help it. They have to then go and show you a curve, circle or something.
So the level line is curved just like the ellipsoid is curved, identically. And as much as they would like that to be a nice straight line, it just is not.
So again, here we go. Blue Marble Science is going to disprove the straight line. That is why Blue Marble Science can't see the geometric principles of the straight line test, because he thinks it's curved. It will turn into the geometric principles of a curved line test. If Blue were to access his memory and be able to use his knowledge, he would have to deny a straight line test. Which is why Blue chooses to be ignorant of the test that he's talking about. He'd rather paralogize for everybody else, for all of the people that are watching it. Let's see how many views it's had. This video, 3,000 views. 3,000 people. I hope 3,000 people haven't took all of this into heart, because that's Blue Marble just fooling, just like literally paralogizing to 3,000 people. It's shameful, really. But this is Blue Marble Science. This is how Blue Marble Science works. Not this person. I'm talking about the greater Blue Marble Science, the mentality of the Blue Marble scientists and how they justify contradictions to make straight lines into curved lines for their friends, to keep them away from the fact that they might have to access reality.
Now, every time we bring this up, the flat earthers run for cover.
Why do the flat earthers run for cover? I'm pretty sure that Blue doesn't bring this up to flat earthers because it's fucking ridiculous, and the flat earthers wouldn't even have a clue what he's talking about either. It's just it's really weird that he thinks that people run from him doing stupid shit. I mean, I think it depends who they are. I mean, if he was to walk up to you on the street and show you this, I mean, I'm pretty sure you would run. I'd get out of his way.
He absolutely refused to talk about putting an instrument like a theodolite at one end and shooting
in the air. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not just that, right? You've got a water level, right? A water level's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, or call it equal elevations or whatever. Why would you put a theodolite or an auto level at one end? Because some crazy old fucking dude in America tells you that's what you should do. Why would you do something just because some crazy dude tells you to do it? I would suggest that would be why, right? Step one, nobody else has ever done this test. Nobody. Only me and Spot On and everybody else in this Discord server. No one else has ever done the realizing Euclid test, of which this isn't it. Nobody's ever done this, except for some people who've tried to fool other people into thinking that they've actually done it. They haven't. Some jippos on some runway somewhere filling tanks up with black shit. And that's all they did. Pretty much like this. Just put 3 tubes in and lifted the one up in the middle. Or maybe they just lifted a target up. It's hard to tell how they did that. But this has got nothing to do with the straight line test. It's got nothing to do with anything other than Blue's imagination of people running away from him, showing them pictures of a hump. It's crazy.
Between the outboard two level valves, and then seeing what happens in the center. They just refuse to do it. I think they do that because they know what's going to happen.
Why don't you do it, Blue? Why don't you do it and say, look here, flat earthers, I've done this. I'm me, great blue marble science. And you can show anyone, really. It doesn't have to be just for you to do it for the flat earthers. I'm pretty sure the flat earthers aren't going to do it just for you because you say something. It's really weird, really strange. But hey, blue marble scientists.
And this is classical begging the question, because he is just assuming that this water end in the middle would be higher. This is his assumption. He's drawing his assumption.
Yeah.
He cannot prove that water level would behave like that. He cannot. But he's drawing this drawing, and he's saying, yes, that would match our model. Okay, but this is begging the question. It has to be put into the test.
Well, can't he just ask other people to do it for him? Like, you know, like if he just asks other people to do it and then they don't do it, can he not just claim victory that other people haven't done the stupid shit that he's asked them to do? Is that not how science works?
No. This is reversing burden of proof.
Mm-hmm. It does sound a bit like that, but I mean, this is the blue marble scientific method. One of the blue marble scientific methods, anyway. Seems to work, doesn't it, Blue? Because blue marble science claims he's just asked somebody else, the flat earthers, to do this test for him to show that some lying English dumbass is full of crap. That's why, move.
And
that's why he's asked them to do that.
And this reversal burden of proof is for one reason, because if someone would do that, he would object that you didn't do it properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would become the quality control on anything that ever gets done, and it would never have been done properly. It doesn't matter how you do it. I think you always end up proving 'tis globe. Axiom 1, right? If you start off with it, then you can always end up proving it.
Yeah, that's the trick, and that's why don't fall into that trick, because this is normal thing. If you have no proof, you are trying to reverse this proof on opponent, and of course he cannot prove his point. So you are right. This is not how science works, but
well, blue marble science.
Blue marble science, yes, that would work. Yes.
So there you go. That's why you do it, Blue. Well, I suggest you actually go and get it. It doesn't take that much for you to be able to do this. Set it up, set the experiment up, and say you could set it up as a test to show that some lying English dumbass is full of crap. Blue marble science in the field. Perhaps. Who knows?
I think they know for sure that if they ever do this, they're going to prove Earth curvature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if any flat earthers ever actually chose to take up Blue Marble's challenge, they would prove Earth curvature for Blue Marble science. So if you want to become a Blue Marble scientist, all you've got to do is something that nobody would ever really do. And then you can be a Blue Marble scientist too.
Wouldn't be like that if the Earth were flat. I mean, if you had a flat surface, assuming you could figure out a way.
It doesn't matter about the surface underneath, Blue. It absolutely not. Doesn't adjust the water levels to what the shape of the land is underneath at all. Water levels just do what water levels do, Blue. Crazy.
Way to get gravity to always be straight down. I don't know how you do that, but
do you want to check that? Do you want to hear that, right? Listen to the words that comes out of Blue Marble's mouth. Oh.
Blink once if you know when Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out.
Wow. Where's the... Where were we?
in what Bev's doing, he claims he's just doing a straight line.
Was it here? Here it was. Sorry.
Wouldn't be like that if the Earth were flat. I mean, if you had a flat surface.
Listen.
Assuming you could figure out a way to get gravity to always be straight down. I don't know how you do that, but maybe.
Assuming there's some way to make gravity go straight down. Anyone? Anyone got an idea how to make gravity go straight down?
Gravity is down, so
it's already doing that, isn't it?
Yeah, so you don't need to do that. So.
You don't need to assume to find a way to make it do that, Blue. It already does. In reality, it's amazing. Put it again. Listen.
Flat surface. Assuming you could figure out a way to get gravity to always be straight down. I don't know how you do that, but
he doesn't know how you do that.
He doesn't know.
I haven't got a clue. I don't know how you make gravity go down.
So now he's proving from ignorance. So great job.
Yeah, Plumb Bob. There you go, WK. But yeah, Plumb Bobs, that shows that it's down. It's already there, Blue. You can already make verticals go down. They go up as well. Both ways. Up and down. Amazing. In reality.
Maybe there's some geometric shapes that would yield that. I don't think so, but whatever.
Maybe there's some geometric shape that would yield that.
These guys are sitting. These defenders are sitting on this.
Kev, have you got a hot mic? Or was that you trying to join in?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Maybe there's some sort of geometric shape that might make verticals go up and down. Who knows? Maybe there's some magic shape somewhere. Just reality. It is as it is. Listen to it again. I know Blue Marble really likes us going over these things. But it's well worth listening to it. In the whole, like now you can fully savor Blue Marble science.
Wouldn't be like that if the Earth were flat. I mean, if you had a flat surface, assuming you could figure out a way to get gravity to always be straight down. I don't know how you do that, but
damn.
Maybe there's some geometric shapes that would yield that. I don't think so, but whatever.
But whatever. Is that with that Buster? Whatever. 33.59. Let me write that down.
Yeah, for clip. Whatever.
Buster said he's after a Blue Marble, whatever. I'll have to make sure that. Because if that's the one, that'll be at the end of every one of Buster's songs.
That would be the only way that you could line them all up like they think actually happens in the real world. But it does not. That is not what happens in the real world.
It's not.
And you can see it.
It's not. He'll have done it. Like Blue Marble will definitely have a test somewhere to prove what he's just said. He's proving that is not what actually happens, right? He said it. He's a Blue Marble scientist.
No, he's not proving. He's saying that.
I know, but I mean, you wouldn't just say that, would you? I mean, he's got 3,000 people. He's Blue Marble science. Like the entire scientific endeavors of the blue marble scientists rest upon the shoulders of the chief blue marble scientist. Blue marble science. And he says that doesn't happen in reality. That's physics, isn't it?
No, this is a sermon, not physics yet. But okay, maybe in modern physics, sermon suffice.
Okay, so his drawings don't really match, but he's saying that doesn't actually happen in reality. I mean, for one, the water levels aren't even connected up. And then for another one, he's got a theodolite citing water level. So I think he's quite right. That sort of stupid shit wouldn't happen. Why would anybody ever do anything like that? That doesn't happen. If Blue did it... No, well, that's Jesse Gordon WK he has 11 theodolites. So he'd be able to do that, set up a couple of water levels and cite them. Obviously. Jesse Gordon's your man. Just get him some water levels.
It was LIGO. You can see it very clearly. I could maybe go back to that for a second.
It keeps showing the on the level water level test. Oh, here we go. This is the one. This is
you don't really
good.
have to do anything other than just look at the numbers on this arm that's running east and west.
You don't really need to do anything, but look at the numbers on this arm. This is LIGO. We'll go back to the LIGO arm. Blue Marble's going over it now. The other arm sloped down 4 foot. It's got a 4 foot slope on one arm. What about this arm, Blue?
The end elevations of LIGO are 64 feet, 0.64.09, 64.12 on the other end, but 63 feet in the center.
That's right. 64 feet at either end and 63 in the middle. Straight. The straightest thing in the universe, claimed by some people. Elevation, 64 feet at either end, 63 feet in the middle.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that something curves here.
No.
It can be a slope.
Yeah,
on a
yeah.
straight line.
To the middle.
Yes, it's sloping to the middle. Okay.
It's a point, though. It's not a straight line, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't be a straight line if the elevation in the middle is different than both ends. 1 foot. 1 foot difference. Go back, do it again. Let you listen to it. This is Blue Marble Science. I'm not doing anything. It's a year-old video. Blue Marble Science has said it for everybody. Now, here we go. This one slopes down 4 foot. And this one, what does it do?
Do anything other than just look at the numbers on this arm.
Don't need to do anything but look at the numbers here. That's all you need to do.
East and west. The end elevations of LIGO are 64 feet, 0.64.09, 64.12 on the other end, but 63 feet in the center.
63 feet in the center.
Oh, so we have concave line.
One arm sloping and the other one higher elevations. 64 feet is higher and 63 is lower. So, yes, curving up. Or, well, not curving. It can't be curving because it's straight. Just like a V pattern. Of just a foot. You know, just 1 foot. But, I mean, it's in the plans. Blue Marble says that they've done it.
So
upwards, though. Yeah.
So we have 2 lines, not 1.
Yeah, the straightest thing in the universe. lower in the center. And it must have been planned, right? Because they've added it in the... They're like, these aren't the plans, the blueprints for the thing that they've done, right? These are as-built. They're done after. After everything's been done and the whole project's been finished, somebody comes along and makes some new plans. That's what this is. It's done by the people that own the thing after the blueprints and all of that. So when they did that, they purposely put the middle of that arm lower. I don't know why. I'd say it probably isn't. It's, you know, it's meant to be straight. I can't imagine why they'd have one arm sloping and the other one dipping down to the center. I mean, this is even more that. I mean, that arm of all of the forearms of LIGO. But that's it, the forearms, because you've got Hanford and Livingston. And this one arm is the anomaly. Whether it was just, you know, whether somebody did it as a joke, you know, they're only, you know, as built. But I think it is. It could be that. To stop anybody, like when people make map makers used to put mistakes on their maps. I think they did that for LIGO. Just as a challenge, because there's not many people that had ever actually worked that out. Is there? I mean, why would anybody ever bother looking for the as-built of something like LIGO when you know it's straight? But for some reason, Blue Marble Science seems to have pointed out a really strange anomaly, but he thinks it's normal.
Like a riddle.
Yeah.
Collectioners of riddles.
It's like the twin tangent conundrum of FE Dogma.
Yeah.
It's like, why would anybody do that? Well, now that's for the Blue Marble Scientists to solve. Don't be handing it on to us, Blue. It sounds fucking ridiculous. I don't even know why you're showing us these. I think they'd bring on a nutsacking myself.
That's because you're sitting on a sphere.
There you go. That's why. That's why this arm here seems to curve up. Well, not curve up, slope up from the center, and this one slopes down.
Because I am sitting on the sphere.
Because this is a sphere, yeah. Blue Marble's got a sphere there. Of course.
He's sitting on his sphere, and that's why LIGO is curved.
That's why the as-builts have been made like this, yeah. Either that or somebody was taking the piss. I think you might find out who gave them the as-built. Should we go to that? Let's see how long this bit's going to go on for. We can come back to this in a bit.
This point's going to be at a lower elevation. These elevations at each end have to be higher. That's the drop you're seeing.
They have to be higher. That's the drop you're seeing. The bit that goes up. Here we go. And again.
That's because you're sitting on a sphere. This point's going to be at a lower elevation. These elevations at each end have to be higher. That's the drop you're seeing. About 1 foot from the center to each end. Down to a level line.
See, what's he talking about? From the center down? It's not. It's from each end down. It's at a lower elevation.
Yeah, it's concave rather. So
He doesn't understand what elevations are. Do you want to hear it again? Just go back. Listen.
This point's going to be at a lower elevation. These elevations at each end have to be higher. That's the drop you're seeing. About 1 foot from the center to each end.
Yeah, it's a drop.
So now hump
Thinks it's the
is
other
a
way
drop.
around. It's a hump. It's a drop from there rather than rising up either way.
This is positively negative hump.
He's literally just flipped it on himself, hasn't he? Talk about contradictions, the blue marble contradictions. Here we go. Listen to this again.
On a sphere. This point's going to be at a lower elevation.
This point's going to be at a lower elevation. Right? The center's lower.
These elevations at each end have to be higher.
These elevations at each end have to be higher.
That's the drop you're seeing.
That's the drop you're seeing.
About 1 foot from the center to each end.
About 1 foot from the center to each end. A drop from the center. Even though these bits at the end have to be higher. They have to be higher, yet there's a drop from the center. I mean, that's dogmatic globe for you. They're right there. And if you wondered why some of this stuff wasn't quite sinking in, it's because blue marble science is contradicting himself. And he can't even see it. He doesn't even know he's doing it. Everybody around him doesn't know they're doing it. Because when you hear that sort of stuff, it doesn't sink in. You don't acknowledge it. It's nonsense. Doesn't mean anything. You can't comprehend what he's talking about. And that's because he's contradicting himself. Most people don't even see that contradiction. They naturally just blank it out. It's terrible.
Down to a level line, an equal elevation. So you can say what you like, but it does the same thing on all 4 of the arms at LIGO. Both of them here and the 2 up at Hanford.
It doesn't do the same thing. That one has got a lower point in the middle. All of the others slope 4 foot. For some reason, they're not all the same. This arm is an anomaly. For the guy that drew the as-builts for it, must have got a different idea. They must have said, don't put it at one end, put it in the middle.
It's harder to see it without actually making a drawing of this, but
let's make a drawing of it then.
All the other arms, other than this one, are not level, or not even close to level.
Not even close to level. So the arms aren't level.
This thing's got a 4 foot drop in it. Both of them up at Hanford have about 4 foot elevation changes.
A 4 foot elevation change. It's a 4 foot elevation change. Blue marble. 4 foot elevation change. So when you measure 4 foot, it's an elevation change. Like if you measure 95 feet drop, that's an elevation change. A 4 foot drop is an elevation change. Drop equals elevation change. Drop would never not equal elevation change because that would be contradictory. But blue marble might be a little bit blue marble sciencey contradictory.
So
possibly.
When you say you can prove that level is horizontal, I say no. And when I say, yeah, I can prove level is not horizontal, here's the proof right here.
Where?
So let's see what...
Did you see that? This is the proof that level is not horizontal. Like a literal proof that level isn't horizontal. The fact that some guys can do some as-built drawings after the fact and put a slope to one arm and a slope to the center of another arm. Not quite as big a slope. It's only 1 foot. Like 4 foot all the way. But I suppose 1 foot is a quarter. So they might still be working to the same numbers, right? half distance, a quarter. It goes down from each end. I think somebody made a mess up and they got some wrong numbers. But nobody
Probably,
cares.
yes.
Nobody's bothered looking. I bet if Blue Marble Science were to point this out, I think they'd change it. They'd fix it. Get the little rubber out. Change it. Say, that's fucking stupid. Who did that? Find the guy that did the as-built drawings for us, will you? He's done them wrong. Or Blue Marble might think that this is correct. Who knows? Who knows?
When I say, yeah, I can prove level is not horizontal, here's the proof right here.
The fact that you've got as-built drawn with sloping arms of LIGO and the one arm that's sloping to the centre. That's Blue Marble's proof that level isn't horizontal. Well, I'm not impressed, Blue, but I suppose if that's the best you can do, let's see if you can write it up as some sort of a syllogism to back it. If you're going to do a proof, it deserves a syllogism, doesn't it? If somebody drew an as-built thing with some really weird anomalies in them, then level is not horizontal, right? There's the proof. Boom. Somebody obviously drew some shitty drawings of thingy because Blue Marble's seen them.
Slightly non sequitur, but okay. This is okay in Blue Marble
Blue
Science.
Marble Science, yeah. The best you can do.
So let's see what we can do next. George, you ever make it back?
Next. Right now, just before George comes, I'm going to go back to this. Let me change windows for you guys. Back to the elements. Okay, so you guys can see that. Now, this one's for you, Blue. Did Discord just shut down then? Am I back? Hello? You guys there?
Hello, I can hear you.
Yeah. Discord just shut down for me. Did it do for you guys as well?
No.
Oh, no, okay. That's where I went. Discord shut down. I'm back. You want to grab on that screen? This is a conversation that we had over the weekend. Let me just... and we're talking to... I think it's here. The elevation change occurs. Is it possible?
No, because it has
modern
two
day?
different contexts. It has two different contexts.
Are parallel to each other. It's a mathematical principle.
That's
yeah.
absolute nonsense. If
No,
that's parallel to the horizon and this
with
other
zero
stuff I say
slope.
about it.
Yes.
So if I said, okay, I'm going to make a shelf, horizontal. Oh, my bad. Elijah was saying earlier.
Yeah,
Elijah...
with like you machine pistons.
Okay.
In between it, in our reality,
technical because honestly,
Toro, I think. Isn't it? I mean, what is the curvature of liquid water? It states a little bit. Well, what's a geoid? Can you define geoid?
Yeah, roughly spherical.
There we go. Well, that's what you get when you map out mean sea level changes, because the map of the UK that measures mean sea level changes is I've got it on the wall.
The one made by the company that told you Earth is a sphere? That company?
This is, as we call him colloquially, Chunky Butt Boy.
To you, and
It's been a while since we had a chat.
Do with those measurements taken there, Bev.
Well, there's no such thing as horizontal. There's no such thing as horizontal without vertical, and vice versa. What are you talking about?
Well, there's a relationship between the two, but you don't.
They're perpendicular, dudes. What's up with that?
You happen to have both, but you don't need one to have the other.
They come together. You can't separate them.
At a point. At a point.
No.
They come together at a point.
No, they're planes.
Look, boss.
Planes that touch a point.
Don't worry, it happens in reality. Don't worry. There's no need to
why
fear
are you out of
it.
breath, Bev? Are you fighting?
I'm not fighting. I'm just saying to you guys, there's no
Why are
need
you out of breath,
to
Bev?
go against a perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal.
No.
Or
you're
the
right.
planar nature of vertical and horizontal.
But they have very little. They matter very little when we're talking about the Earth, right?
Well, to me, I'm not talking about the Earth, but it seems that they
No, I
matter a
know.
lot to you about me talking about them, not relating them to the Earth.
Why are you talking about concepts instead of the Earth?
Because I didn't want people getting fooled by somebody who was giving them a proof that isn't actually a proof, right? They've been fooled by
instead-
measurements taken.
Instead, you're asserting math that doesn't relate. to
No,
Earth.
no. Your concepts have little to do with those measurements taken there, Bev.
The vertical plane that the measurements are supposed to be taken in over a distance that isn't optically possible.
Do you mean like LIGO?
No, we're talking about
This is
Jesse,
what we're
aren't we, in
talking
the
about.
vertical plane? Or
Yeah.
are you
But
talking about
what
the
about-
horizontal plane of LIGO? that
Why are
LIGO's
you
in?
talking? Is this picture from how long ago?
Are we
you're
now
still
talking?
upset
Let's do LIGO. LIGO's a good explanation. It's LIGO's on a horizontal plane, right?
Well, the tubes are, yes.
Okay, both arms.
Yep.
On the. Okay, so here we go. We're talking LIGO. Straight lines. We love them. Blue marble scientists love this. Both arms of LIGO lie in a straight line, a horizontal plane. This is the guy, Chunky Butt Boy. He's the guy who does this geometric possibilities. Same horizontal plane.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, can you explain why there's a 4-foot slope down one arm and a 4-foot slope down the other arm and making an
No,
8-foot
it's not.
slope across the perpendicular, the hypotenuse?
No, it's not a 4-foot slope down. It's a 4-foot curve up.
What? It's a horizontal plane, right? The plane doesn't curve up. What are you talking about?
No, it curves up from level.
It's a horizontal plane,
Or
mate.
more accurately,
horizontal.
more accurately, level curves down from it. That would be more accurate.
Wow.
Apologies, I woke up recently.
Okay. Level curves down from horizontal. Or, well, I don't know. Level curves down, they curve up. Who does what? This is Blue Marble listening. This one's for you, really, Blue, because this is the problems that are caused. Pay close attention. If you're into the geometric argument, this is where it gets interesting. Horizontal plane. Both arms are of LIGO fit within a geometric plane that you would call horizontal. Chunky Butt Boy agrees. Not that he means anything, right? It's just another random person to say whatever. It doesn't really matter. Your opinion matters as much as this guy's, right? LIGO's already been built. It's there. It's a construction in reality. It's what people imagine, the geometric understanding of what this is. It's a LIGO. It's supposedly got a laser in it bouncing backwards and forwards down 2 arms, 2.5 miles. So that's straight. It has to be because it hits a mirror and bounces back again. Backwards and forwards. Hundreds of times, supposedly. And this is what we're talking about.
That's insane.
Are you sure?
Why? Yes, I'm sure that I made a mistake first, and that is the more correct thing to say.
Okay, so
the level curves down.
Okay.
No.
See that horizontal plane you've got there, right? All the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane. Will they be vertical?
No.
Oh. So you've got a horizontal plane that they built LIGO on that has
with reference to what? Wait, with reference to what?
With reference
to the plane, yes.
Right, so plumb bobs is how you would establish a vertical, right? In reality, in it.
On Earth.
You would set your tools up, right?
They would not be vertical.
They would not be.
Right, but about Earth now, Bev.
The plumb bobs now would not be vertical because they've established a horizontal plane. All the perpendiculars to horizontal plane would be vertical, but now the plumb bobs would not be vertical. It's interesting.
No, they will not be vertical.
So there's a horizontal plane that LIGO sits in.
Are you recording this?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a horizontal plane that all of the verticals won't be parallel to it.
More imaginary lines, Bev, from you.
Okay. So if you have a vertical plane for each of the arms that it's lying in, you know, if we were to do an elevation profile, what would that look like?
If we had an imaginary wall sticking up and then 2 imaginary
Well, no,
floors
this is a
sticking
real.
down,
This is a real thing. It's
how would
LIGO.
that look?
It's one of the most technical things that's ever been built. Some of the
You're-
people that I know have talked about it being the straightest thing in the universe.
You're suggesting that it's lying on a flat Earth and must
And no,
be
I'm just trying to get
horizontal.
a vertical plane along each of the arms and what an elevation profile of these arms would look like, seeing as they're on a
It would go
horizontal
around
plane.
It would go around a globe a bit, wouldn't it?
On a horizontal plane.
If you're going to call it that, yes, the horizontal plane.
No, I didn't call it that. Chunky.
Who did? Who did?
Chunky.
No,
It's a horizontal plane.
You
LIGO.
started it.
What did you call me, Beth?
Chunky.
What's his name?
Call him Chunky.
Don't make me use your name.
Bev, you've just used it.
Bevidian.
There you go. Dawn's gone even better. So,
So, yeah. Try not to straw man Chucky with horizontal planes if you're discussing something that's attached to the Earth.
yeah, with vertical planes we were talking about along the arms. Perpendicular to the horizontal plane that's been made.
Not a horizontal plane if it's attached to Earth, is it?
He said that's what the arms are in. The arms are in a horizontal plane.
You started that bullshit.
Yeah, are you saying he was wrong to agree? Or the arms of LIGO are not in a horizontal plane?
And the reason
according
he
to Dawn.
the reason he agreed
We've
is
not got
because
any
you-
better. Right, so we've got Dawn coming in here, but it's interesting that Wally writes a comment because this is troubling for the blue marble scientists. It's like the biggest troubling thing, and it's been right there all along. I call it the ECV, the thing that nobody ever wants to actually look at. The argument that can't be beat, right? It's tautology. Everybody knows this. But Wally says, plumb bobs at one end are not parallel to plumb bobs at the other end. But all plumb bobs will be vertical.
So divergent verticals.
Yep. So that means that for the horizontal plane, there is 0 chance of perpendiculars to that horizontal plane being either plumb bobs or verticals. Imagine that. Imagine living in a place where perpendicular to horizontal cannot be vertical, and placing yourself in that position, like Wally's just done. Perpendicular conspiracy. A horizontal plane, Wally says, plumb bobs at one end are not parallel to plumb bobs at the other end, but all plumb bobs will be vertical, and perpendicular to horizontal is vertical, and all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be vertical. Yet Wally's just built himself a contradiction. How many people can see that? I'm hoping a few more people can see it than usual. It's a little bit tricky to work out, but it's there. Within the logic, Wally actually has a contradiction. He's just wrote it down. He can't show it, Gadget. But go easy on him. Just ease him. Say, "'Tis globe, yes, Wally." You know, like you would to I don't know. You know, like if you're not actually, this is in society now, right? They let all sorts of people into society. It's much easier to keep them in society than...
You stated an invisible horizontal plane, and then quickly word gamed
No, we
it
said
as
the
if,
arms.
As if LIGO was stuck to one.
Yeah, we said the arms of LIGO lie within a horizontal plane, don't they?
You
and
just
he
said
said,
that
yes, they do.
As if it's true. Yeah, so you tricked him.
Oh, that was a trick?
Of course.
Oh, right. Well, him agreeing was the trick, or me asking was the trick? Which one?
Why do you do it?
Did I trick him into saying the wrong thing? Or was it his agreement with me? Imagine being Chunky Butt Boy the minute, right? And have Dawn be saying that, you know, Chunky was tricked by me asking him whether LIGO's arms lie within a plane. And Dawn telling him it's a trick. Oh, look, there's Larry Scott in the chat. Everyone say hi to Larry Scott. Larry Scott's the guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees in reality. He did a nice bit of waffling the other day talking about measurements. I don't know whether the measurements of a triangle having more than 180 degrees is the measurements that he was talking about over there at Blue Marble Sciences, but good to have you here. That LIGO must lie in a horizontal plane somewhere.
He's trying to help you, but you suggest things have to be horizontal at the beginning of each sentence, and people sometimes miss it.
Okay. So, is there anybody else who are willing to state whether LIGO arms either do or do not, or maybe even both, like Dawn's suggesting? They could be both. I mean, Chunky could be both correct and wrong at the same time, couldn't he, Dawn?
What's the distance of it?
LIGO, do you not know about LIGO? About 2.5 miles each arm, perpendicular to each other.
What's an arm?
Sees Dawn again. Genius globe defender, like a dogmatic globe defender. What's an arm? They're getting good with their counters to these statements. Everybody knows LIGO, right? What's an arm? What's an arm?
How long is LIGO from one end to the other?
2.5 miles along each arm. Each arm is perpendicular to each other. They fire lasers down these things and bounce them back. They're straight arms, perpendicular to each other.
Are the arms the stands for this thing?
The concrete pads.
No,
come on.
The arms. he's correct.
See, he's going to start breaking up now because whenever he says that you're correct, right, it pains them that much. They've got the Flat Earth Society there sort of breaking him up. In case he says stupid shit, like the really stupid shit, they have to sort of mute and cut out. So that's what's going to happen here now.
And that
so the arms are perpendicular to the actual LIGO thing. But he asked for an elevation profile, didn't he? That was not going to be parallel.
Just talking over him. You're talking all over him. Look what you're doing to him. Don.
He's robot.
Straight.
You're robot, sorry.
But they deviate from level because they're perpendicular. No, you're right. You're right. That's what I mean. That the level of Earth curves down from the arm.
Yeah. So
So there's an elevation change of level from LIGO. That's where the elevation change comes in.
Trick is suggesting that the arms are perpendicular to the object, and then he wants people to believe that means they're all going to be the same.
Can we have an established curve down? It is horizontal, right? The plane that the arms lie in, they're horizontal, right?
You don't know what you're talking about because you keep speaking wrong every time.
He's telling. Don't stop talking over him.
At the point.
Roboting. I can't hear him.
So it is a horizontal plane. They both of the arms lie in a plane that at least is horizontal at one point.
At one point. Sure.
See, there you go. Look.
Anything can be at one point.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Horizontal.
But if you've only got 1 point, it's not a plane, is it?
Right. And then are you saying that the elevation change occurs from that point of the horizontal plane? No, I'm not talking to you, Dawn. I know you know nothing about this. It's obviously
that's not just what I say. That's what the surveying company says.
Okay, so there's an elevation change of the horizontal plane.
Are you asking me because you don't know, or you think I don't know?
I'm just trying to ask you to confirm that you state that you think there's an elevation change of a horizontal plane.
It's not just me that thinks that. Who thinks that, Bev?
I haven't got a clue. I don't know what other people think. That's why I'm asking you. Can you confirm it?
Okay, did you look at the drawing?
I'm just going off what I know, right? I'm trying to make it clear for everybody to see what happens in reality. No, I haven't got a clue who did the survey.
Yeah, what happens in reality, Parsons Engineering.
Mm-hmm. I know the as-built would have been done afterwards, right? Not the actual blueprint plans or anything. You've never seen those actual blueprint plans. Of course,
the as-builts are done after it's built.
Yes. See, there you go. The as-built have been done after the thing was built. They're not blueprints, they're not plans, they're as-builts that are done afterwards. Nothing to do with the engineering company, nothing to do with the concrete company, nothing to do with the guys, the architects that built the thing. These are done entirely afterwards by just anyone, really. It doesn't really matter. It's an outsourced after thing that gets done by the people that own I don't even know who that is. I don't know who owns it, but so it would have been them that did it. Sorry.
If Blue is claiming that these profiles are always made like that, and this is proof that they are not, because they are not made as plans. So this is just some drawings made by someone. So how can it prove that, like Blue says, that everywhere there are these plans, elevation profiles, they are always considering curve, etc. And he is bringing some plans which are not plans, because they are done after LIGO. So
right, well, again, here's the thing as well, right? he has, as we've just seen, Blue has elevation changes along these arms. And I'm asking, if these arms lie within a plane, then these elevation changes, what are they referenced to? Are they the elevation changes of the plane?
They should be, because how can you measure otherwise?
But how do you have an elevation change that goes down? Remember, it's a plane, but you've got it going down a foot to the center of one arm and then back up again, and then to that other apex and then back down a 4 foot. Like, that's not possibly a plane. So
Yeah.
where are these elevation changes marked in reference to? Like, what's going on? Can everybody else see that there's no coherent structure to what you're meant to understand about elevation changes and what they're referenced to? Just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, for me that it doesn't. Yes, it doesn't make any sense. Why this is this drop in the middle?
Larry Scott saying, as built drawings are to certify if the engineering drawings were followed and the construction meets specification. He's got a drop down one arm and then a 4 foot slope on the other one. It's like, would that sound like that they meet specifications?
Rather not.
I wouldn't say so myself. I don't know what you're talking about, Larry. I mean, we know that you don't know what you're talking about either. We heard you on Blue Marbles the other day. Blue Marble Science. And your credentials as a Blue Marble scientist, Larry. Blue Marble Scientist, Shadow Giant, the last surviving Shadow Giant geodetic surveyor. You lost it, Larry, when you told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees. My son came in to talk to you specifically because he didn't believe that people could actually say that triangles have more than 180 degrees. And you told him that, Larry. He still thinks you're mad. But at least he did come in and talk to a fella who seemed like a madman. And it's not often you get a chance to talk to mad people on the internet. I think, what's he call it in the... I think he calls him the fool. The fool who's within a contradiction.
Yes, that's Aristotle's statement. Yes.
Yeah. That's Larry Scott, the last. It's like a white rhino, Shadow Giant. It doesn't stop you from being mad, Larry. Doesn't stop you from being mad. By the company that own it.
They issued for construction drawings.
No, not from the construction.
You know all about this, don't you, Bev? You know about IFT.
Yeah, I know all about the as-builts.
Yeah, you know about IFT, IFC.
Post.
And as-built drawings.
Post. Construction.
Right. Based on... And they're called red lines because they put red lines on things that are different than the IFC drawings. Right?
My dad just phoned up.
I think he had like a call or something. I heard his phone going burp, burp.
Yeah. My dad's saying, can we go for a pint?
Yeah, it was 1984 calling him.
Chucky, is, in your opinion or your knowledge, is LIGO curving around Earth, or have they built their own platform for it, 2.5 miles long, that's flat?
Yes, they built not a platform really. It's just two foundations for tubes. and those are straight, and Earth curves
under it
beneath it, if you
We
will.
can tell whether he is correct about the arms being a horizontal plane.
So it curves away from that.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it
right. So he does say that it's in a plane. So what are the elevations that we've been given? What are they? They can't be an elevation of a plane where one side goes down 1 foot and back up again, and then the other one slope. I mean, that's not a plane. So what exactly is these elevations? How do they reference this thing? I can't see it myself. I just can't work out why nobody else can see it. It's very strange how people like Blue Marble Science and Chunky and Dawn. I mean, that Dawn's lost it. I don't know what Dawn's talking about. He's if you listen to this entire video, you'll hear Dawn sphericalizes horizontal. So he's not a safe person for anybody to be talking to or with or relying on within this idea. No, Wally, planes don't need to be horizontal. But planes can be horizontal. And I'm asking for LIGO, is it lying within a horizontal plane? Or is it just lying within a plane with one arm sloping and the other one dipping down to the center? I think we're going to get into Hanford LIGO in a minute.
But they're only horizontal at the point where they meet.
Yeah, where each one.
Okay. Yeah. So why is there... Oh, so that's why there's an elevation change across the thing. It's 4 foot, 4 foot, and 8 foot over the entire thing. Here we go, Blue. You ready for this? This is your 4 foot slope and your 4 foot slope. And listen to what Chunky's going to say. He's going to say he gave you these things and you've messed it up. That sounds a bit linear, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, it's not 8 foot over the entire thing.
Yeah, it's 4 foot on each arm.
Yeah,
at least
and
for
the arms
Hanford
are roughly
one.
90 degrees.
Yeah, so that's so from A to C across the hypotenuse, there's an 8 foot change.
No, the two ends are at the same level.
No,
right?
they're on the horizontal plane.
Aren't they the same
horizontal
way?
plane goes. No, have you not heard? Blue Marble. It's this one goes. You start at one. It goes up. I think up. Is it up? 8 foot to the apex, and then up another 4 foot. Sorry, 4 foot to the apex, and then 4 foot back up again.
Okay, if you start at 0 and go to -4, and then the other arm goes from 0 to -4.
No,
how is
no,
that
no.
8 feet?
No, it's up
Yes,
4
yes.
to the apex, and then turn at the apex and go up another 4.
No.
So, yeah, Hanford.
You go from the apex. You go from the apex down one arm, 4 feet, and if you go down the other arm, it's also about 4 feet down.
No. One goes. The arms go opposite. One goes up to the apex, and then from the apex, the other one goes up. Blue Marble did a thing
Then
about
that wouldn't
it
be
the other
parallel,
day.
or it wouldn't be horizontal. Yeah,
Well, I don't know.
you misunderstood it.
I don't know. So it's not
Because
horizontal.
He probably
now,
didn't repeat himself enough.
So LIGO does not lie
Probably
within a horizontal plane.
He didn't repeat himself enough, so you didn't get it through your head. No, nobody said that.
Okay.
If it went up as you say, then it wouldn't.
Oh, well, I mean, that's what Blue... I don't say that. Blue Marble's the guy that says that.
Okay.
And Blue Marble and Betty, obviously. Have you been keeping up to date with those? Is it rational?
And I bet...
Not only that, Osho, Zanuck,
show us.
Zanuck, all these guys say the same thing.
It's
Are you
4 foot,
pretending
4
it's the
foot
first
up
time you
one.
heard this, Chucky?
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't seem to know that there's a 4
No,
foot up
has
and then
Betty
4
been
foot
on
up.
Blue Marble using it?
He knows.
No.
He's heard it many, many times, right, Chucky? Don't play that you haven't heard this before.
Well, guess who supplied those as-built drawings?
Don't know. Was it you? Maybe Blue Marble Science. Yeah, I don't know.
Science name over and over again.
I was doing a Zanuck thing earlier.
It was me. It was me. Yes, in Discord. What's it doing a Zanuck thing?
So it was you that supplied the drawings. We missed most of that.
I supplied the link to the drawings.
Right, see, so this is the guy, Blue. This is the guy that gave you the drawings and all of the as-built plans. And we knew you got them from somewhere. Somebody always has them, right? They were the one that handed it to Blue Marble Science and said, Blue, you put this shit out. Sounds fucking mental, but you can do it, Blue. None of us, we won't bother doing it. We'll just sit in Discord chat and we'll hand it to Blue Marble Science. He can put it out. And I think you got it wrong. Wally's about to say it's 8 foot. Chunky's the guy that gave you all of these plans. Listen to what he says. Listen, Wally. Make sure you get yourself sorted.
And then he did a great video on it. At which point, at no point did he say that it went up and then up.
Yeah, he did just in the last couple of conversations that he's had. No point did he say that.
So then it wouldn't be a horizontal. It wouldn't be on the same plane, would it?
I don't know. Like, I haven't got a clue what happens in your stuff. So you supplied the things to him. Was that you that supplied the wrong information, or has Blue Marble interpreted it wrong?
No, you interpreted what he said incorrect.
Oh, Chunky. Blue Marble says that's bullshit. Like, well, I didn't say. Look, Blue. I can't help the fact that Chunky's the one that just said that he gave you these plans. He said that. I didn't. Don't tell me it's bullshit. Tell Chunky. He's the one that told you. He gave it to you. That's all he told me. Should we just not believe things that people tell us in these chats? I mean, you can't be doing that, Blue. Don't be telling us not to believe Chunky when he says this bullshit. Right? You basically do out of all of the shit that ever gets said in any of these chats. Blue, but as long as you're agreeing that it's bullshit, it's bullshit, Chunky. Chunky, I did say that you should have a chat with Blue Marble Science first. But listen to this now, right? Oh, I think I've got it here. Look, there you go. Check that. That's what I did. 4 foot, 4 foot, 8 foot. But I got it the wrong way round. I didn't know which one was the one that was higher. So it turns out that I think C is the one. Blue Marble Science says that I'm full of shit. I wasn't the guy that said he gave you the shit. The Blue, that was Chunky. Chunky told us. So you're like, yeah, Chunky said it. Blue Marble's saying that I'm full of shit.
Because Chunky said that.
Chunky said it, yeah.
Yeah. This is
Chunky says it that I'm full of shit. Is that because I'm replaying the thing where Chunky said it? He said he gave it, yeah.
This is modern logic.
Yeah. Well done, Blue. Yeah. Well, listen to all of this shit I'm going to come out with now. Listen to him. You just have to imagine the letters the other way around, or I put the slope the wrong way.
Which one is the intersection? A?
No, B is where the apex of the two perpendicular arms. So you've got AB and BC. And it's supposedly no. Yes,
it was the apex
then. The apex is 4 foot. It's 4 foot. It starts the top, if you will, of your ball is at one of the arms, and then it goes up 4 foot to the apex, and then from the apex up the other arm, it goes up another 4 foot. So total from A to C, there's an 8 foot change of elevation.
Listen to me. We're going to set the elevation at the vertex of the two arms at 0. If you go down arm A, level goes down the elevation is up 4 feet. And if you go up the other arm, the elevation goes up 4 feet. But that's from the vertex. Do you know what those words mean?
Have you had a word with Blue? Do you want to have a word with Blue Marble? Is he around here? Has anyone got it on the hotline? Blue Marble.
I don't know. Do you know how to read his name to see if it's in the chat?
No, it's not in the chat.
Why do you keep invoking the man? Just get on with your
Because he's the one that said there's an 8 foot elevation change. So here's the point here, Blue, right? I know you'll think this is bullshit, but I am actually saying that you said 8 foot. Because that's what you've told me. Wally's told me just tonight as well, 8 foot. And Chunky's the one that's just said that he gave you the plans. He gave them to you, and he says, listen to what he says. It's probably a load of bullshit coming from me, whatever he says now.
No,
listen.
No.
Yes, he has, definitely, no. I'm telling you.
Yes, he has. I heard him say it. That's a fact. We made a video. There's no disputing that. Blue did say that. That is a fact.
8 foot elevation change from where to where?
From the start to the end. If you go along one arm, 4 foot to the apex. From the apex along the other arm, another 4 foot. So from A to C, 8 foot.
I think apex means the highest point. So what are you using?
No, apex of the angle. Where the arms are perpendicular.
That's at the vertex.
That's the apex of the angle, the perpendicular of the two arms.
What the fuck is an apex of an angle? I don't know. Maybe I'm slow today.
Yeah, maybe. Well, so we go from A to B, right? Where the two arms are perpendicular, we're going to call that B.
Okay,
Like the
so
picture.
the vertex is B.
Can you see the picture in the chat?
No, I can't.
Can you actually have a look at it then? Because that might help.
Okay, but you're saying the vertex. You know what a vertex is, Bev?
Of the angle, yes. Where the two lines meet.
Okay, is that the apex you're talking about?
B, yes. Where the two arms meet. Yes.
Okay, so at the vertex, what about it? Is that 0? We're calling that elevation 0.
No. You put an arm. Start at one end of one arm. Now you're going to go to that point, right? B. You're going to go from A to B. I don't know why this gets really difficult.
We're going down 4 feet of elevation.
What, with the concrete?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's
We're
another...
decreasing elevation from A to B.
Okay. And then you go from B to C, another 8, another 4
up
foot.
in elevation.
Another... No. 4 foot down.
Yes.
If you're going down, you're going down. If you're going up,
Yes,
you're going
going
up.
down,
Right? You go
That's
up along
Good
the
girl.
whole travel.
Is anybody
According
around
to
give you
Blue
the
Marble
facts there, Bev?
Science. According to Blue Marble Science, you start at one end of one arm. You travel and you either go up or down 4 foot. You reach the apex. You then continue to go down
in
the
elevation.
other arm
Don't
and you go in the
interrupt, dude.
same direction, either up or down. You go up, or down, down.
Incorrect.
Well, he's saying incorrect there, Blue. I know it gets really difficult for elevations and you guys, but he's definitely agreeing that there is an elevation change of the arms. Now, 8 foot is claimed by Blue Marble. I'm telling Chunky that. Chunky's the one that said he gave you the plans. And Chunky's the one that's saying it's not 8 foot. He says you've got it wrong, Blue. I'm not saying that. I'm trying to stick up for you, Blue. I'm trying to ask him to get you in because it seems like he's contradicting you, Blue. Not me. I think you're all fucking crazy. But it's really hard when you all have different ideas of what the fuck's going on. Especially with something that's meant to be the straightest thing in the universe. How can it be that difficult? It's straight. Have a word with Blue. Have a word. That's why
Unless
I said.
he was fucking with you.
Well, he
He's
might be
fucking with us.
fucking with us, but it
Well,
appears that there's a lot of people. Were you fucking with us, Blue? When you were saying 8 foot, Wally, were you? But were you fucking with us when you said 8 foot earlier? Because that's what Chunky's just said. Wally and Blue, both of you.
And Wally in the chat, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking with us, apparently. Trying to draw drawings.
So did you correct him when you showed him the as-builts?
I haven't showed him the as-builts. I think he was working from the as-builts. To be honest.
Did you look at the as-builts?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't know, I'm just waiting to see what people say. I mean, Blue Marble's the Blue Marble scientists, geodetic surveying
if
crew.
Blue Marble
I'll just go with what they say.
If Blue Marble said you go down in elevation from the end of the arm to the vertex, and then go down again, he is incorrect. But I don't think he said that.
He's incorrect. He's incorrect, Blue. You're incorrect. Chunky says. He knows more about it than you. He's the one that gave you the plans. He's definitely looked over him. You might have to go and back over it, Wally. You as well. You and Blue. Sort out what you're talking about, right? Chunky says you're wrong. You're wrong.
Unless he said it by mistake.
Said it by mistake. Well, it could have been a mistake. Was it a mistake, Blue? Could have been a mistake. Let's say Blue Marble could have put one of his intentional mistakes in there.
Could have corrected him if he had the as-built, which you can get for free online.
So it's either he didn't, you don't think he said it, but if he did say it, then it was a mistake. Wow.
Okay.
He's wrong.
He's wrong. Yeah. Says
there you
you're
go.
wrong.
There
Yeah,
you
wrong.
go. There you go. Using your
The
own.
as-builts don't say that, so I don't give a shit telling you how it works in reality.
Yeah, the as-builts don't say that, Blue. Chunky says, I don't know, you're just wrong. It's terrible to say this. I mean, here's me thinking Blue Marble was talking about an 8 foot elevation slope. Turns out he was wrong. You make one of the arms goes the other way, apparently. How could you have got it so wrong? So it would be a horizontal plane, though, and there would be an elevation change. And you're saying it would just be 4 foot from the horizontal plane. Because the highest spot would be
if you're talking
at the apex.
No, if you're talking about the horizontal plane from the point of the vertex, not the apex, the change would be 0.
What, on the horizontal plane?
Otherwise, it wouldn't be a plane. Right. If you're talking about the surface of Earth, yes, the ends of the two are at 4 level is 4 feet below at each arm.
4 feet below, measured vertically.
Yes.
Like a rise over run.
No, not like a rise over run.
Okay. So how do you... Right, so here we go. I'm not... you can do it. It's between you and Chunky Blue. Got nothing to do with me, mate. I just listen to old boomers talking shit with each other. It's you two that are at odds, not me. I don't care. Your as-builts have got nothing to do with the plans or anything. They're just aftermarket shit. I mean, my lad could do a drawing for it, and you could call them as-builts too. It doesn't really make any difference. They're not the plans. They're not the blueprints, and they're not the architectural drawings. They're just as-builts. You and Chunky are at odds. Not me. Not me at all. Let me just go. Oh, go back a little bit.
About the surface of Earth, yes, the
Talking about
ends
the
of the
surface of the
tube
Earth.
are at 4 level is 4 feet below at each arm.
Right, so what he's talking about there with the elevation changes, you thought they were the elevation changes of the actual thing, but like what Chunky's saying here is that it's the land that changes elevation. So these elevation markers are of the land, not actually LIGO. I think that's what he's trying to say. I think that's the way that he manages to justify it to himself. Because you can't have elevation changes of a plane. That doesn't make any sense. Straight lines changing elevation like this. So it must be referenced to the land. Which isn't exactly how elevation changes are marked, right? Because when you're doing the building, it's meant to be the elevation changes of the building. But hey, some people just don't understand how elevation changes are measured and actually laid out on elevation profiles in relation to the plan, the building plan, the horizontal plan, and then you have elevations on it. I think Blue Marble's done a few of those. But anyway, let's hear how Chunky manages to get past the rise over run problem when faced with these particular things now, right? Please try and put your mind in a geometric framework when you're doing this, because it will help you out in a few days, I think. And it depends how long it takes for people's minds to work through these problems. But if you put yourself in the mind of geometric, try and take this one on. 4 feet below, measured vertically.
Yes.
Like a rise over run.
No, not like a rise over run.
Okay. So how do you measure that elevation change then?
Slope.
It's a slope.
Vertically.
Yeah, you measure it vertically at the other end. 4 foot.
It's a curve.
What, 4 foot? A 4 foot change from zero over a distance is a slope.
A slope is straight. A slope is straight.
Yeah, as are these arms of LIGO.
Right, but the level Earth below it is not. It's curved.
Right, so here we go. Here's the first problem. Are the elevations of the land or of the concrete pads of LIGO? Problem number one, Chunky's facing, mentally. This goes for any Blue Marble scientists that are also listening. These elevation marks, the numbers that Blue Marble keeps spouting and Chunky keeps spouting, are they the elevation of the land or are they the elevation of the concrete pads? Simple question, right? To start off with. Let's see how far we get. Yeah, but are you saying that the horizontal plane has a slope then?
It's level.
Yeah, so the horizontal plane has a slope because that is straight, isn't it?
Well, if you want to say it has a slope.
Oh, that's a pity.
Sure, but I wouldn't. Why would I?
I wouldn't say it has a slope. I think that's fucking ridiculous because horizontal planes don't slope.
A slope of zero.
Yeah.
There's zero, Bev. If you want to call that a slope, sure.
Well, no, I say that's why we do rise over run. So if the LIGO's the horizontal plane and you do that as the run, right, with zero slope, then the vertical would be an elevation change of the land, wouldn't it? Going down the level.
Yeah, so I don't know why you brought up rise over run here. You just say words that...
So there is a slope of the level then?
there's a slope of the level. No.
Oh.
There's a curve to the level.
So it's not a slope of the level.
Yes, he said that this is curved to the level. It means that curving level is not a slope.
Yeah, but that would mean that there's a 4-foot change somewhere, isn't there? You've got a straight LIGO arm, and you've got a rise and a run.
Yes, I'm just repeating what he said.
I know, I'm just saying. Like it gets really, really complicated. This I want to try and keep everybody in the complicated position that because you can never sort this out. It gets back in a feedback loop. So the arms are straight, and there is an elevation change at one end or the other. That would indicate rise over run, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously.
So where does that change? Where is that slope that's generated by the rise over run come? Where is it? Is it the level of the land? Or is it the slope of LIGO, the arm of LIGO?
If we assume that LIGO is straight, it has to be a slope of the level. But he's
downwards.
He's saying that this is not a slope.
Yeah. It gets complicated, right? When you're living in the land of the aftermarket plans or whatever. So, and we carry it on, like it gets very, as you would imagine, gets very difficult to be able to explain this to people, especially somebody, a blue marble scientist. Maybe not a fully fledged blue marble scientist, and maybe he might be getting told off by the blue marble scientist. So there's definitely a contradiction between the two, right? There's different slopes. Oh, away from the no slope horizontal.
Yes. Horizontal at a point, and it curves down from that point. If you want to call it that.
So the horizontal, as everybody knows, has no slope. And at one end of the no slope horizontal, there is a 4-foot elevation change, like they've all said. So where's the slope? If the horizontal has no slope, and there's a 4-foot elevation change, you would expect the slope to be from one end of the no slope horizontal to the 4 foot below the other end of the no slope horizontal, right?
Yes, but he said horizontal at a point, which doesn't make any sense because
it doesn't tell you which point.
He didn't say which point, but at a point. He said that, but it is impossible to measure changes in elevation if you are at the same point. So how can you measure elevation change on one point? It doesn't make any sense what he's saying.
It's a little bit more confusion. And remember, everybody else is in this room and they're all listening to Chunky. I did try and get him to bring Blue Marble in because I thought he needed Blue Marble science. He needed the big guy, head honcho. But he was freelancing it. I thought I'd give him a chance to go. Oh, it's okay. Never really done the elevation thing.
Why is this
horizontal
confusing?
rise over run? Yeah, that's exactly I call that an elevation change.
Rise over run is a slope, not an elevation change.
But a 4-foot elevation change over.
Didn't you take surveying?
2.5 miles.
I only took one course. Did you?
That's rise over
I
run.
took one course in college. Bev, did you not take more than I did?
It's rise over run, though, isn't it? The arm would be a horizontal, and the change would be a 4-foot change from the horizontal. The run would be the horizontal distance, and the rise would be the vertical distance. Rise over run gives you slope.
What is sloping?
Rise over run.
How many units?
Yes, on LIGO, what do you think is sloping?
How many units?
There you go. So there's the question. On LIGO, what do you think is sloping? Me? Nothing. They've made it on a horizontal plane. There's no slope. Which is why I've always thought it very strange that they have an elevation change. They're the ones that keep saying there's an elevation change, not me. Anyone else here think there would be an elevation change on the arms of LIGO?
Oh, they are the straightest thing in the universe.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it can still be straight. Do you think there's a slope, an elevation change?
No.
Do you think you could have an elevation change with no slope? Do you think that's possible?
No, this is nonsense.
Yeah. So those numbers that they have that state a slope or an elevation change have got to be wrong, really. That's all I'd say. But I mean, there are a load of people, a lot, like lots and lots and lots of people who think or have said that there are elevation changes on LIGO. I mean, there's a contention whether it goes up 4 foot or down 4 foot from the apex, from the vertex, from one end of the arm, up or down or whatever, right? I state no slope at all. No elevation changes at all. Horizontal plane. So I don't state this. This is just people that I've heard. And that's what I do, is just point out to people the things that I've heard, mainly the stupid shit that I've heard people say. And I've heard a lot of stupid shit being said. People say it's me that says it, but really, I just let people hear them. If you think I've lied about something and I've lied about something that somebody said, no doubt you'll be able to go and hear what they actually said. You don't have to take my word for it. I'll let you hear it in the videos. And there's enough of them now. You can do that. You should be able to check. You should be able to know that I don't lie to you. I've got no reason to lie about what people say, because you can hear what they say. Isn't that right, Blue? Elevation change.
You move up or down from point to point. So if there's any change from point to point, that's what that's talking about.
It's the hypotenuse, right?
You're not coming in, Elijah, if that's you. Unless you're talking to Google.
Yeah,
You're contradicting yourself, because you're saying there's a 4-foot change from the level. That would be a change in elevation from point to point, which is why he's saying so there's a rise over run. But you're saying no, because you think that level is equidistant of here. So
there is a 4-foot total difference, but it's on a curve, not on a straight line.
So, again, he's saying there's a 4-foot change, but it's on a curve.
Imaginary curve.
Like, what's curving, though? It's LIGO. They're meant to be the straightest things. So where's Chunky got this imaginary curve from? Because it's not on the LIGO arms.
From model. Only from model. His globe. Because there is no curve there.
Yeah, it's not there. Chunky's just got this in his mind. It doesn't exist. This curve that Chunky's talking about, which no doubt everyone will have to go through. If you have an elevation change at LIGO, you're going to do exactly this. Chunky's the guinea pig. LIGO is just about to be taken off the argument table. You're not going to be able to use it. Nobody will entertain it. This is the death of LIGO argument. It destroys their model, the dogmatic globe model, because there's no way of anybody explaining this. It's been generated by people within an argument, and it's about to get taken off the table. There's no way any of these guys are ever going to touch this. And this video does this to a lot of stuff. Jesse Kozlowski, we do it to vertical plumbobs. We do it to rise over run. We do it to LIGO. Get ready for the geometric argument to be taken off the table.
Almost straight because it's not very long, but it still is a curve. And if you're talking slope, you're not talking about a curve.
This is kind of insane.
Yeah, it is.
No, this is normal. This is normal for these guys.
Well, what's wrong about what I said, SC?
What's wrong?
You got rise over run, and you don't have elevation change.
What
Like,
does the
you don't-
rise
you
over
don't see
run have
that.
to do with anything? Okay,
Yeah.
fine. If you want to say there's an elevation change, we've established that. Why do you bring in rise over run?
It's an elevation
Well,
change.
you're talking
What's
with
he
Bev
talking
there,
about?
so continue.
I know. So, Bev, why do you bring up rise over run? You seem to think it's relevant, SC. Why?
Do you know what rise over run means?
Yes, it's how you figure out slope, which is a straight line.
Okay, so you established a plane, right? A plane? And now you're saying that there's a rise over run on a plane. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, if you're talking about a horizontal plane, the rise is 0. So a 0 slope, if you want to call that a slope, fine.
A zero slope. Oh my god. I haven't even finished my coffee yet, bro. A zero slope.
What is the slope of a horizontal line? So y equals mx plus b, right? M is the slope.
Did you forget the 4-foot drop somehow?
Yeah, so y equals 4. What's the slope of that line?
You got a 4-foot slope, dude. You got a 4-foot slope. What don't you not understand about that?
No, we have a 4-foot elevation change.
Oh, come on. Like, nobody's going with this. Chunky.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is an elevation change?
An elevation change is a change in elevation. What else do you want?
Right. From one point to another, right?
If it's an even elevation change, then it's a slope.
Of the concrete pads, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Oh, come on. So now is Chunky. Well done. I mean, this is genius. Chunky's speaking for Blue and, you know, doing all of that. The 4-foot elevation change isn't for the concrete pads now. How'd you work that out? How can somebody be so obsessed by their model to not know that the elevation change that they've got occurring is occurring on the concrete pads that they have in the plans? He has the concrete pads with a 4-foot elevation change. How can that not be a slope? Answer me that one, right? The straightest things in the universe that have a 4-foot elevation change. So they're sloped. How can they not be sloped? Well, they're not sloped in reality, but according to the plans and the numbers that they've been given, no wonder their minds are exploding. How can you have a horizontal that's got a slope that is still the same elevation? No wonder the people are going mad. It's a tricky one. I wouldn't get into it if I were you, unless you've dropped your model, if you go into this with a model, you could seriously nutsack yourself. Getting wrapped around in circles talking to people on internet channels. Don't tell me that they're measuring the elevation of the land reference to the concrete pads of LIGO. That sounds more like reality than you realize. That's the horizontal.
No, they measure the elevation of the concrete related to the land.
Okay, so so now we measure the elevation of the concrete. So it is the concrete that has an elevation change. The 4-foot slope of the concrete, then. The concrete is straight, isn't it?
No, a slope would suggest the elevation change is linear, but it's not a linear elevation.
It's a horizontal, it's a straight line. The concrete pads are straight.
Yes.
And there's a 4-foot elevation change.
But the Earth is not straight, Bev. The Earth is curved.
Does the horizontal change at 4 foot over that distance?
The horizontal doesn't change at all.
Doesn't change elevation at all?
Yes.
So the horizontal is the 0 elevation change now. Not so sure you should be talking about this. Yeah, always.
He nearly said what I said earlier.
I know, he says some stupid shit. That's why I'm sure they've got somebody on a button to stop him from talking. Just about the moment he's about to say some really stupid shit.
When you manage to trip people up, Bev, it's not because
he can't make his mind up. Is it a slope or isn't it a slope? It is straight and it does change at 4 foot. But is it a slope or isn't it a slope? You make your mind up. It's not my problem.
Are you okay with it being a straight and a slope?
Well, yes, obviously. Both of them apply.
That's what we all think. We just disagree what Earth's doing underneath it.
So, which is the slope? The land or the horizontal?
The LIGO device that was set on a horizontal is on a straight slope. We think Earth
do you know
is curving underneath it.
So it's not straight.
So now
in the line equation, y equals.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, how do they know what they're doing? No wonder they're going mad.
Yeah, it's a horizontal sloping, but straight line
with no elevation change, but with an elevation change.
And it proves that level beneath that is curved.
Yeah.
Because horizontal is sloping as straight line. This is their proof for curved level.
Yeah.
This is just insane.
It is globe, right? Dogmatic globe proved. It has to be, right? If it's not, then why is everything so fucked up and crazy? If it isn't dogmatic globe. I mean, it does sound like a dogmatic globe to me.
MX plus B. What is the slope in that?
We're talking about LIGO's arms sloping 4 foot.
Yeah, I know, Bev. No, we're talking about 9th grade math.
We're not talking about mathematical functions.
Yes,
sophistry. I know you are, but we're talking about LIGO arms. Now, they are definitely straight, and you say they are horizontal, but you've got a 4 foot slope. So what's changing?
If you don't know these basics, Bev, you can't discuss LIGO. It's way too advanced.
Is the horizontal changing 4 foot? Or is the land changing 4 foot?
It just trips people up with the word.
Respected to the horizontal plane, yes.
So the 4 foot change is a drop of the land from the horizontal plane.
If you want to call it that, yes.
So now look, there's a 4 foot elevation change of the land to the horizontal. So for some reason, what they've done is they've decided to use the elevations of the land reference to LIGO.
This is very strange for me.
I don't know why they've decided to do that all of a sudden.
Why not otherwise? Because you are referring changes to straight line, not curved or bumpy. Earth cannot be referenced to straight line, to horizontal. This doesn't make any sense. Upside down.
Yeah, it is. It's all the wrong way round. Now, we've been saying for quite a while, right, that we know how elevation changes are measured. And we say that because we actually do. We know how that actually works. I've been to college to study this stuff. A lot of people will tell you that, well, they know much more than anybody else. But the truth of the matter is, within this entire arena, I'm the only one with a land surveying certificate. And it might be basic, but truth of the matter is, Bev Try Thinking is the only person with a land surveying qualification. And if there's anybody else, let's have a chat. Come around. I've been saying it for quite a while. Let's come and have a conversation about how elevations are measured. But there's a group of old boomers at the minute who don't actually know how elevation changes are measured, that are going round confusing a lot of people and themselves about what they imagine actually happens. And it's much better to get a fundamental understanding of how these things happen for yourself. Much easier. Right, so an elevation change.
That is correct.
Okay, so the land changes elevation in reference to the horizontal. Like we've been saying, that's how you measure elevation changes of the land.
Are we talking about the elevation change of the land or of the LIGO?
See, now he's all confused. He's confused himself. He doesn't know. Doesn't know what the elevations are of, or whether it makes any difference, whether it's actually LIGO or the land. That's what I've just been asking you. You've just decided the land changes in elevation from LIGO.
No.
Yes.
The land does not change in elevation. The land is at 0.
So then the horizontal changes in elevation.
From one end of the arm of LIGO to the other, it changes elevation.
So now the arm changes elevation. So now we've got a horizontal that changes elevation.
Yes, and in chat, Blue is saying that you obviously don't understand that this is tangent plane.
Yeah.
So
it's a sloping tangent plane, but then it stops sloping and the land changes, but then it goes back to a slope again. I mean, I hope everybody can hear Chunky circling round. He doesn't know what an elevation change is, what's changing an elevation. It is LIGO. It's a straight arm. It should really be the most simple thing for you to do here. You've got an arm that's on a horizontal plane, so therefore there is a 0 elevation change on the entire arm. Both arms together, 0 elevation change. But for some reason, some aftermarket plans, somebody's wrote some numbers on it that seem contradictory and cause a short wire, a short fuse or whatever, an explosion of the mind within the Blue Marble scientists. They don't seem to be able to understand how elevation changes are done and referenced to a horizontal. That's why when we were talking about the realizing Euclid test, Step 1, establish a horizontal plane. Can a horizontal plane in reality be established? If you can, then that's your reference that you can measure everything else to. That's how you can measure an elevation change. Once you know, you can be absolutely certain that you can establish a horizontal, then you can use that as a reference for telling the change in elevation of the land in reference to that. But LIGO is meant to be built on a horizontal plane. I know Blue Marble wants to call it a tangent, but it's not. It's a horizontal plane. If you want to call it a horizontal plane tangent, then you can. But the elevation changes won't change on the horizontal plane. A slope.
No, it's only.
Oh, come on.
Beverly. In the line equation,
Dude.
y equals mx plus b, what is m?
This is fucking ridiculous. My dad's just called up. He wants to go out for a pint. It's a lovely day.
Definitely.
I think you guys will obviously be able to go over this with Blue Marble Science. I hope he comes back and helps you out with which part is sloping and where it's sloping from what. Okay?
You'll be thinking about
You know what?
you drink your beer. You'll be thinking about Blue Marble Science.
Yeah,
Bev is a mechanical engineer, but I don't think he ever took landforms. So on this one,
What are you
he's going to
talking
have to
about?
refer to me.
Right, okay. Well, I'll just say I think everybody should watch out for sophists in the open, and also learn a bit of logic, bit of geometry.
It's good,
and
though, because you're going to have a
always,
beer. So.
always keep on the level. Keep it
I agree
honest. Keep it
I
going.
agree with Bev's first 2
Use a
points.
taxi.
Okay. So we'll come back in here. Let me just get this. Blue Marble Science, and
he's explaining
I know,
what
yeah.
you don't understand.
I
Yeah.
don't understand. There we go. There you go. Blue Marble Science says, I'll stop that. We can go back over the Blue Marble stuff in a minute. Because now we're going to go over the horizontal plane. How do you establish a horizontal plane? How do you know what a horizontal plane is? How do you measure elevation changes? Where do you measure elevation changes from? Blue Marble Science is very clever. But a horizontal plane, Blue, has a 0 slope. And a 0 slope has a 0 elevation change. Because if there is an elevation change, that's what you call the rise. And adding a rise to a run develops a slope. And that's the one thing that horizontals do not do. There is no slope to a horizontal. Yeah, Big Pond. I'm not saying anybody needs a certificate of anything. It's a complete fluke that I am the only one that's holding a land surveying certificate. I don't lord it over anyone. It doesn't make any difference what anything I've got. Like anybody that's been out with us with the auto level, they've actually set it up themselves. They've done the 2 peg test. They know how it works. And it's not hard. It's very simple. It's very simple once you know the procedure. Not that complicated. Although there are a lot of people, model afflicted people, that have to imagine something different. And once you know how reality works, and then somebody else who doesn't know anything about it tells you that it's wrong. Something different occurs. Like a horizontal can have an elevation change, but no slope. Can keep its status of not having any slope, yet it can have an elevation change along it.
But if elevation change is a slope, this is contradiction in terms, so just pure nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, but they want to imagine that this elevation change occurs with a quadratic formula.
Yes,
so therefore it isn't an
additional.
elevation change somehow.
Yes, so they are changing this slope on straight line into curve. I don't know why.
To make it a not elevation change?
Yeah.
It sounds really strange, but I mean, blue marble science mathematics, or dogmatics as we're calling it. I think that's very fitting. A dogmatics is how you can have an elevation change of a horizontal without a slope, because it's a quadratic formula change within the elevation somehow. Blue marble science. Anytime you want to try and take this on, Blue, and don't show us some sort of as-built for something, because it doesn't make any sense, Blue. You literally cannot apply this stuff to reality. That's the reason why there's so many mad boomers out there. Once you get into this globe, once you get into the dogmatic globe, it just doesn't work. And it causes problems. That's how we prove the dogmatic globe model. We prove it by showing the contradictions within it. I've got one of the best. I've definitely got one of the best dogmatic proofs you could ever get. But we'll wait for Blue Marble to do it. I hope Blue Marble's going to rewind that thing and go back again, because it is pretty good. I mean, let me get this back now. Go back over the Blue Marble stuff. There's another hour of the Blue Marble to go. Is level horizontal for blue? Yeah, that's right, Blue. My one says land surveying. Like, what does Jesse say? What does his certificate say? Have we ever seen any of them? Just words, Blue. Let's see their certificates with land surveyor wrote on it. Let's see the basic ones. Let's see the first certificates that they ever got with land surveyor wrote on them. And then it'll be fine, Blue. Just get the most basic one, the first one that they ever got with land surveying certificate wrote on it, and go, there you go, Bev. It says land surveyor, qualified land surveyor. Larry Scott, Jesse Kozlowski, if you can catch him. Bring him back. Let's do a. You get your certificates out, and I'll get my certificates out. How about that? Deal? Let's go. Anytime, Blue. I know you don't have anything. So, yeah. And I know they're professional land surveyor, professionals as well. I guess they'd have to go by the code of conduct. That might be why Jesse Kozlowski's done a Jesse Kozlowski. If he is a real land surveyor, because he can't say that stupid shit that he said. I'd say that's why he can't come back myself. Just going to go and make a brew. So listen to Larry. No, it's not Larry. This is George. George and Blue talking about water level test. Realizing Euclid, but not really talking about the realizing Euclid test. I think it's going.
I want to go out to about 101. I think right about there. Let's play some of this.
Still looking a bit fuzzy. That I'm not really that happy about it. I think Larry comes.
It's good on this side.
George comes in. Better?
It seems to be a little fuzzy on Discord, but on YouTube it's better.
Is it?
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm here.
There's an autofocus.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So you've been watching that? Yeah. Okay.
Hello, babe. Are you there,
so far,
babe?
George?
Babe is making brew.
Babe, are you there, babe?
He's making brew.
Yeah, George is still watching the YouTube, so. Got that little bit of delay in there. Unfortunately, the way I've got this.
Hold on. I'm getting the live up so that I can talk to you directly without this delay. Hold on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that way you'll be able to see what I'm looking at if we need to look at something.
Yeah, there's a significant delay. Yeah. Anyway, I'm with you now.
All right, good. What do you got any comments on any of that so far, George?
Yeah, well, I mean, everything you said is correct. What I can add here is the difficulty that you're going to have in trying to sight up the auto levels, or not the auto level, but the water levels over short distances. You know, these guys like talking about 100 meters, or I think what Bev has something, his water level to 400 meters, is it?
Yeah, something like that.
And yeah, and the only way you're going to be able to determine what kind of surface that you're on when you set up water level over any significant distance is you're going to have some test other than comparing the levels of the waters in the various vials or in the various risers, because as we know, water seeks its own level, as we always say, which means, as you said, that water will rise and adjust itself, equalize to a gravitational equal potential. And what that means.
Equipotential. George, talking about the equipotential. This is where the equipotential angle of adjustment comes from. George always talking about the equipotential. I know Blue Marble doesn't like using it, but equipotential is what George was always using. Telling you, George is the guy that taught us the most about this geometric understanding of the dogmatic globe model.
Means is that water height in the tube is a function of the gravitation acceleration field that determines that. And in essence, since the Earth is fairly uniform in mass,
the Earth,
when you're considering these sorts of tests, that saying that the water will in the risers will all be at the same gravitational equal potential is the same as saying that they're basically all at the same elevation.
All at the same elevation. So the equipotential is the same elevation, according to George.
Deviations due to imperfections in the Earth and it not being a homogeneous uniform mass is so insignificant for this type of test with water levels is that we can say that a gravitational equal potential is
equipotential again.
Same elevation.
Yes, but
And
equipotential,
that being the case,
he's referring
me-
to not distance, in fact, but to gravity, force of gravity. This is what he means. Yes, but force. This is potential, like in physics we were taught about kinetic energy and potential energy. So he is talking about equipotential in force, so that has equal gravity potential. He's not referring to distance. He's referring to gravity, this Newtonian gravity.
But the equal would be the perpendicular equal either side.
If he is referring to Newtonian, then no.
What do you mean?
No, because Newtonian gravity is assuming this shape.
No, it is vertical.
Yes, but this force is to the center of the mass.
But the equipotential is equal, either equal angles or an equal pressure state, zero. You have to take your pick on either one or the other. There is no other equipotential. You either got the angle for the vertical being perpendicular, being equal at every point, right? So it's perpendicular to the surface, or you've got an equipotential zero on the pressure state, the difference between above and below the water. Right at the surface, there is an equal potential, and there is an equal potential of the vertical, geometrically, to be perpendicular.
I'm not sure, because if I'm not sure about George, because he's talking about, he's referring to gravity. And he's not referring to gravity as normal gravity, that's weight. He is referring to this this magical force.
Yeah, but which is vertical.
Yes, but this force is to the center of the mass of the object. That would be this.
Where would the equal potential then be? Would it be like how hard it is pushing down equal, or is it equal?
Yeah. Yes.
In the angle.
Hard, yes. How hard it is pushing down. Yes.
So which would be the pressure state then?
Rather, yes.
The zero pressure, right? Which would be also on the horizontal plane.
And not in Newtonian gravity. No, it cannot be.
What, with the physics of the water?
Newtonian didn't deal with physics of the water. He just assumed that mass is attracting mass to the center of that mass. So this mass is this globe. So equipotential in George's mind has to be that to the center point, to monad. So gravity to monad.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd say it's just vertical. So I'm not too sure whether you want to be putting in the minds of somebody an equipotential to something that you've got no idea what the equipotential is. Because you can't reference an equipotential, what you say, to anything.
I am only referring to to this word he spoke. He spoke gravity, and I don't think that he said that because of normal gravity, like up and down and weight and etc.
Yeah, it's a word that they use in order for them to imagine something, but there's nothing behind the word. So what I'm trying to do is put forward something that you can get an understanding of what equipotential actually means. Now, equal potential would be the direction of vertical, which is always perpendicular. That's always equal, those right angles. In fact, that's the very definition. It's axiomatic that all right angles are equal.
I understand you perfectly, but he was, as he said, I am not sure, but he said that he was engineer. So he is referring to physics, what he was taught in school. This Newtonian gravity is not his invention. He is just using that because he thought that it was true, etc. So I'm not referring what I think that he would think because this is my invention about his thinking, but just because he said that he was engineer.
Yeah,
so he used,
George was a madman. So people just
okay.
using words, we have to be able to find an understanding. And if you just keep saying you don't know what he was talking about, then everybody's going to be carrying on just using words that nobody knows what they mean, with nobody attempting to put any understanding to the natural world.
Yes, I am only referring to what George said, because for me, gravity is very obvious. But for engineer thought...
it's exactly the same.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, how would it change from the vertical that you know and the equal pressure state of water, the surface of water being a zero? How would that change in reality for an engineer to the understanding of vertical and horizontal?
Because you said pressure, but if they are using gravity in Newtonian sense, it is not pressure. This is force of gravity to the center of the mass. So that's why
how does
I'm
that
not
help
sure.
us?
Us, it doesn't affect us, but
No, it
I
does.
would say,
It does if George and Blue Marble are going to start using equipotential, and nobody knows what it is, and nobody can explain what it is other than the fact that George uses it as a word.
yes, but I'm just trying to understand what he meant when he said that. That I'm not referring if it is true or not. I'm just trying to understand what he meant when he said that word, equipotential.
What he meant is to confuse people like Blue Marble Science with giving them a word with no understanding. And the only way you can relate the understanding of it to reality is through the equipotential of the angles, the direction that it has, or the equipotential of the pressure state of water and how that works. And either way, it's perpendicular. Always. That's the equipotential, is the perpendicular state.
I agree. This is reality. But I'm only referring to his meaning.
Well, there you go. Larry Scott says you don't get simpler than 8 inches times the mile squared, which is an impossible quadratic, Larry. Like, if you think something that's impossible is simple, then I'll be my guest. Please explain it, Larry. Sounds ridiculous. But that's why people use these words, so they can get away with sounding clever to their friends, but nobody ever having to come up with an explanation of it. Equipotential is either a direction or a pressure understanding. Either way, horizontal.
Yes, it has to be straight line, because if this angle, equipotential angle, has to be created, it has to be you have to have straight lines for that to measure that angle. You cannot measure with quadratic function any angle. So Larry is saying about this equation. So sorry, it doesn't work for angles. So you cannot measure angles with that function.
Gravitational potential. We just deal with reality, Blue. Vertical's good enough. You said that they're all the same. There's no difference. Just vertical. Keep it simple for everyone.
Blue is at that age that he was taught in school that Newtonian gravity was, let's say, leading most viable theory in that time. So it is just in his mind, I think. He's imagining things through a Newtonian gravity, so through his education, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Larry's in there as well. It doesn't look like he's got much faith in Rumpus. Nothing. Rumpus isn't going to do his test, is he, Larry? Nah. Yeah.
Means that no matter what kind of manifold you're on, what kind of warped surface, that water is all going to be at the same gravitational potential, whether you're on a flat Earth or a curved Earth. So,
see, Larry says there. Sorry, George says the water is always going to be an equipotential. Now, George, he's mad. He was losing his marbles, probably dementia at this state. It was setting in. Onset. So you can't really say anything. But I mean, like, he's right, the water, right? That's what you would have to check. The only thing that you can check to do anything for knowing the shape of anything is water. You should always go to the water. Water tells you everything that you need to know. Especially with this. Isn't that right, Blue? Yes. Everyone, right? Water's the place you go. If you want to be able to do anything, you geometrically understand the water, and that will tell you everything you need to know.
Doing this test, as Bev has set up, always verifying is that water is all at the same level.
So it's the same equipotential.
Same elevation. You can't differentiate whether you're on a flat Earth or a curved Earth by setting up water levels the way he did.
You don't. The whole point isn't to test people's ideas or concepts of what sort of shape the Earth is. This test, like we keep saying, is a straight line test. Just a straight line, lying within a plane. The plane we chose, with water being a water level, is a horizontal plane, because that's what water levels establish, a horizontal plane. So we link it to the straight line lying within the plane. Very simple. Very, very simple.
Is claiming to do. And what you have to do is, like you said, is after you have your water levels set up and everything equalized, is go set up a theodolite or an auto level at one end and sight the furthest riser at the other end and see if all the middle risers line up. If they do all line up with a line connecting the two ends, then you're on a flat Earth. But if they don't, then you're on some other sort of surface.
So here we go, George. What you have to do is you have to get a tool that establishes a horizontal plane and then look at it through an optical device from one end.
So no, not water.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, so you have to ignore perspective, of course, because it doesn't work that way. But this is what they say.
Supposed engineer, right? Supposed a guy that, like, he's a bit like Jesse Kozlowski, right? Always optically sighting stuff. and getting it very fucking wrong, like massively wrong. We're going to go over that, Jesse, sort of stuff.
Yeah, for me, it is very strange because engineer, I think he was, as he said, with electricity, something like that, some electric engineer.
Oh, he
or
said
whatever.
all sorts of stuff.
But I think that every engineer has basics in physics and optics also. So I would say that as engineer, he should know how basically optics works. That would be basic knowledge.
You think
for
so,
engineer,
wouldn't you?
I think.
You think so?
It should be. How engineer should be or could be completely ignorant about optics? This is part of physics. So
I don't think they're ignorant of it, to be honest. I think they're selectively misinterpreting whatever they want.
This is also my conspiratory theory. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
because there's only so few of them, you know, like there's only Larry, Scott, there's only Jesse Kozlowski and Jeff, the guy that probably doesn't live in Maine. There's only those three guys. I don't think there's anybody else. There's definitely nobody else within this arena. And the reciprocal zenith angles, they've handed that to Blue Marble. It's like an impossible task. He's exposed the fact that you can't have a horizontal line on a vertical plane. In fact, I think Blue Marbles helped everybody realise Euclid in the fact that you can't have vertical planes anymore. I've got one of the best realising Euclid tests for the Globers, right? Because the Globers can't have it. It's crazy. It's crazy the way it works now.
And of course, we know, and this has been done any number of times, this sort of test isn't unique to Valve. Many years ago, there have been some Swedish groups and other groups that have done long water level tests and shown that the water in the middle risers do appear above the line that connects the two ends.
So the middle always goes up. It's a hump. It's a hump.
But yes, but he said that appears. So they were, I think, they were citing these ends. So by means of optical device. So this is just water level as Rumpus pole. So it doesn't make any difference. If you are using optical device, you expect your expectation should be the same. It would be perspective works the same for Rumpus pole and water level. It doesn't matter what you put in the distance. But he's referring to appearance. So sorry, this is not enough.
Well, it's weasel words, right? It's not scientific at all, is it?
No.
Appears. Like, that won't
yeah.
help. It doesn't help anybody, anything. But if you're fooled by these sort of words, then brilliant. Well done.
Which shows the so-called bulge of the Earth when you connect any 2 points on the Earth with a chord, that is a direct line that goes through the center of the Earth between the two ends, that you will always see anything in the middle rising up above those and
chord through the center. Yeah,
so
let it go.
You don't have to sight through the Earth in a test like this if you put your risers high enough above the Earth so that you can still see the ends without the bulge of the Earth or the curve of the Earth blocking your view. And it doesn't matter at what height you're at, you can always find the gravitational equal potential because they'll all be at the same elevation. on the Earth, or essentially from the center. So,
see, when I think equipotential, and when, like George, from what I understand, when George was telling us about it, it is the horizontal. It's the perpendicular to the vertical.
Yes, but now he's saying equipotential due to the center. So now he's talking about
He's still
Newtonian.
talking about the horizontal though, because
who
that's how
knows?
they get their perpendicular. That's exactly why we have the equipotential angle of adjustment, because the equipotential is these straight lines, the vertical and the horizontal. They're the equipotentials. They're always equal, aren't they? Wherever you are, the horizontal and the vertical will always be the equipotential.
Yes, but he's talking about equipotential gravity to the center. So it doesn't make any sense.
I think he means all of the points that he has horizontal, like all of those point horizontals. That's what George is talking about, in my understanding, when you talk to George. Where the horizontal and the vertical are perpendicular, then you reduce the horizontal down to a point. Well, that's your equipotential.
But on horizontal line,
all of the perpendiculars would be at the equipotential, right? All of the equipotential would be along the horizontal. It's just in George's mind and all of their minds, those horizontal points make up the monad. They're monad shaped, aren't they? But whereas in reality, every point, vertical and horizontal, are perpendicular. Even on their model, right? It's just that your understanding of what you imagine can still be considered equipotential. You just do away with the term horizontal and vertical.
Yes, I think that they are trying to replace perpendicularity with this equipotential.
Yeah, it works. It's much easier to use that word, right? Because it's a weaselly word. Nobody will be able to associate it with the geometric terms once you get it away from the geometric understanding of perpendicularity, right? Even normal's a little bit, it's a semi-weaselly halfway word, the normal. But then the equipotential is the full. I think George was he was further in front than most of them.
Because, word potency can refer to many things, not only geometric things.
Yeah.
So you can disassociate this word with
you can put it into the physics, can't you? You can sort of mess about with a geometric physics sort of understanding, I think, with the equipotential.
I was learned, I was taught in school physics with geometry, these vectors which described forces and direction of these vectors, etc. So you can depict these physical forces in graph. So geometrically, you can depict it geometrically, but using that kind of words, you maybe can disassociate. So your imagination wouldn't work in that way, because I can imagine the drawing of that, let's say, forces on piece of paper. But if someone is talking just about equipotential without referring to geometry, I cannot imagine what it is.
Yeah, you have to relate it to lines, surely, in order for you to be able to depict it and demonstrate it. It has to be able to be related geometrically, surely. Yes, I mean, how would you draw anything or demonstrate anything on paper if not geometrically?
Yes, this is the only way, I would say.
It'd be like trying to do an interpretive dance.
Oh, of course. You can.
Yeah.
I was learning dancing, old dancing, like Baroque dancing, and
Yeah.
there are drawings of dancing. Yes.
Yeah.
Every step, geometrically. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And like you said, it's not clear to me whether they've ever done that test where they sighted the two ends, to see if the water in the middle
never
is
sighted
rising
it, no.
above or below the line that
That's
joins the
fucking
two
ridiculous.
Yeah, I won't. I won't say 100%, but if they have done any kind of sight test on this, they've kept it a good secret. I've not heard them ever talk about it. In fact, all I hear them say is that they don't need to do that. The water level does everything they need.
Yeah, I mean that's what's very puzzling about this whole thing. You've heard over the past years all this gibberish.
Isn't it very puzzling that somebody doesn't want to actually affix a camera to a water level so Blue Marble can get you to fix a camera to a water level? It's fucking stupid. It's like some of this most stupidest shit I've ever seen. That you have to look at it from one end. It's a water level. Like, just do the test with the water level. Fucking stupid.
Yes. Water level is to avoid or just ignore sighting. So the water level is used because you cannot see or you have difficulty to see. So water level assures you that this level on one side is the same as the other without seeing both.
Yeah, you don't need a sight line. Literally,
Yes,
it says that within it. I mean, it's a basic principle. You don't need a sight line. So why do you need a sight line? Because the Blue Marble Boomers decided that they'd like you to do something that they can't do. I mean, why don't they do it themselves? I don't know why. If they want to go and do it themselves, then go and do it yourselves, guys. There's no need to keep fucking telling us what to do.
These guys about necessity for the scientific method, but yet all Bev and crew do is make an assumption that water level.
No, all we do is the tests. We go out there and do this stuff. That's all we do. Practically demonstrate the stuff for people. That's all we do. So,
and
I mean, that's fair enough.
They are making assumption of this curve. There is no curve, but they assume that. So they are assuming something.
Never seen any of them do it. Any of this stuff. Apart from Slice Barcane showing us how he can't get his tubes to not leak.
Or maybe that was only excuse because maybe he understood that he cannot prove anything with his water level test.
Absolutely, that's what he did. Because
So
he didn't even know how to get the water right. He didn't know that the elevation change was as vast as he thought it was, because the water wouldn't go up to where he wanted it to go to, because he was going uphill. The water wouldn't go there. He had problems. That's why it was all went wrong. Blue Marble thinks, if you don't think that we did the test, don't worry about it. You do it yourself. Just carry on saying that we didn't do it. It's all right. We have done it. And like I've said many times, Blue, we did it for us. There's no need for us to do it big ceremony. We just wanted to do it for us. Because if we knew, right, if we were to do it big, then it would be massive. Yes, it would be. Loads of people would be really, really upset at us for doing it. So we just did it small scale for ourselves. Give me a few more videos and I'll be drawing up some good plans for some real tests. Watch this space.
The water is a flat, defines a flat surface.
That's the
That's
fallacy.
an assumption. You know,
Yeah.
they say, guys, don't presuppose the Earth, R, or the radius of the Earth. Well, they're presupposing a flat Earth before they even get all the starting gate.
We're not presupposing a flat Earth. In fact, it's definitely not flat. I'm not obsessed with the Earth. I'm not bothered about the Earth. I don't give a shit about your Earth. And I'm definitely not presupposing a flat Earth, because it's fucking not. I'm presupposing reality, and we are doing tests in reality and coming up with results. Now, everybody can do their own tests and come up with their own results. It's up to them. It's fair enough. There's no need to chase other people around, tell people that they didn't actually do what they did when you don't really know what they did in the first place. It's fine. I'd say try and drop the model, because you're becoming obsessed. And when you become obsessed about reality, then I don't know. I think boomers have got at something to go. Midlife crisis, and then you get the boomer time.
Yeah, there's nothing about setting up multiple water levels that could possibly tell you what the shape of the Earth is. Nothing.
Yes. We know, Blue. You cannot tell the shape of the Earth by doing a Euclidean test. But you can establish a straight line. That's what we're doing. That's what this test is for. Stop assuming it's got anything to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just a straight line test.
I know that they've gone through things like these overlapping segments of the water levels, and come right out and said those are shared line segments, and they're not.
Shared straight line segments. Absolutely, they are. Come in and test the test out. Test the geometric principles, the shared straight line segments. Yes.
So Blue said that they are not.
No.
So he knows for sure that they are not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
he doesn't know the basics of geometry and the beginning proposition 1, does he? And understand what a shared straight line segment is.
But he still, burden of proof is on him. He should repeat your test, and then he can say that, oh, this is invalid. But he's doing nothing.
Yeah, because you just prove that it's not a straight line. That's dead easy. Shared straight line segments, Blue. You obviously know what the test is. Shared straight line segments.
Yeah, they're shared.
Got a problem with it?
Arcs.
Yeah, they're shared arcs. Exactly.
Shared arcs.
Yeah, they're not
Okay,
shared
so this is
straight
his
line
assumption.
segments.
Yeah, he's got arcs, right? We've done a test that says that Euclid, proposition 1, straight line lies within the plane and not without it, right? It doesn't leave the plane. Blue Marble says it's a curve. How simple's that? Plane or curve? Blue Marble says curve. Prove it, Blue. Do it. Do it.
Well, he makes that big stretch. I mean, the big assumption that everything is flat. Or
who makes a big assumption? I do, for saying that a water level's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. I'm pretty sure that's a massive assumption on my behalf. No assumptions on the Blue Marble part, right? Blue.
Horizontal is not, horizontal is a straight line.
It is.
Oh, and I'm trying to say back up here is that level is not. He's making the big assumption, big stretch assumption that level is a straight line. It defines.
Yeah, level. All tools called levels establish horizontal planes. Oh, shit.
That's the best way to do this sort of test is take two auto levels or two theodolites, separate them, and then set up your range pole at either end, at both ends. Say you're at one end is A, the other end is B. I
A and
should make
B.
a little diagram, maybe I should. But just conceptually, what you're doing here is say at end A, you have your auto level set up, and now you put a range pole, say 10 feet away to its side. Okay, that's perpendicular to the line of sight, and you sight that range pole, and you note the marking on the pole, you know, your height measurement, or take a piece of tape and have someone mark where the horizontal crosshair is on that pole.
Right, so this is George explaining his understanding of what he imagined how a guy would survey to do this test. This is a blue marble geodetic test, obviously from the mind of George, who's one of these people. We used to call them bullshitters, but within this arena, George, I think, is classed as a blue marble scientist. Highly acclaimed, apart from the fact that when he died, right, God rest his soul, nobody bothered caring, nobody did anything. In fact, I think the only person that showed anything was me. It was one of the times that I didn't go live. One of the days that I did not go live was in honor of George and his passing. Right, it was the day we found out about George. We didn't go live because we just didn't feel it was right for us to do that. Blue Marble. They made a video for Bob about all of them, but George got nothing. George got nothing, and he'd been working with Jesse, and he'd done the Rainy Lake. He'd been working with Blue Marble. It's a shame. It's a shame. Look at him helping out here. Always there whenever Blue Marble needed him to come and help.
You don't have to try to read the scale on it, you know.
Yeah.
And then take your other auto level and say go out, you know, a quarter mile, half mile, or even a full mile. But let's just say,
right, Mike,
go out a quarter mile, which puts you at about 400 meters, like
400 meters.
And then set up a range pole and sight it with your auto level, and note the marking or have someone put a piece of tape there. So you have a piece of tape on both poles, one that's only 10 feet away to your lateral.
He's putting sticky tape on
perpendicular
poles.
to line of sight, and then one further down range. Now you have level line set on both of these poles. Now you take your auto level and go to the far end,
convoluted.
Point B to end B, and sight back to A. Well, okay, first you have to set B up so that its center of its optics is where the tape mark is, or where what you read on the pole. And you have to make sure that the center of your optics are set at that precise level or marking on the pole that you sighted when you were at position A on end A.
Everybody follow
so you
it.
get your auto level set. So the center of the optics now at position B is at lined up with the
as
tape
I
mark.
follow,
Now you shoot
if I
back to
follow,
A.
Go on. See how
it
well you can
means
do.
that two auto levels are facing each other, and in the middle of them there is like measuring rod or the stick or pole, and you have to have this mark on this pole that would be matching crosshairs on both, I think.
Yeah, and there's
At
a
least.
pole like 10 yards to the side perpendicularly as well, also with another bit of sticky tape around it at the same sort of height. I don't know. Like that's the way. Basically, yeah, you're trying to. I think what he's saying is, although he hasn't really got the rhetoric, you just establish these two auto levels at an equal elevation.
Yeah.
And then point them at each other. It sounds very complicated the way George says it, but I mean that's the blue marble science magic, right? You make it so nobody can really know what you're doing. Then it sounds really complicated, and you become the only person that knows what you're doing, and nobody would know how to follow your instructions anyway. Say, wow, he sounds clever. Like George knows what he's doing. I will leave it to George.
Now, if the Earth is flat,
and it's going if the Earth's flat. Like if you could do this to work out if the Earth's flat by pointing auto levels at each other, do you not think people would already have it done and sorted?
Yeah, they would.
So why would George need to be talking this stupid shit in here? It'd be down already. You'd be able to do it at school. Everyone would be able to do it. Pointing like it, those things at the beach. You'd just have them, wouldn't you? Like, look through here. Look, you can see the curve. Looking at one of the other ones. Madness.
you should hit A's mark precisely.
Yeah.
Because the outer level is sighting a horizontal.
Yeah.
And what you will find in actuality is that the outer level is going to shoot high.
Every
that
time.
mark at A that was established at
simultaneous below.
From when you're at position A is going to appear lower.
Lower?
And it'll appear lower by twice the drop.
Twice the drop?
Due to Earth curvature. And that's why that sort of test is better, because you get a multiplication factor of 2 in terms of...
you get a multiplication factor of 2? Isn't that good?
Strange.
Well, it's like a Brucey bonus, isn't it? It's like you hit the jackpot. Ching, ching, times 2.
He should had look at Robotom's calculations again, but he didn't check very well, I think.
You get twice as big a thing, whatever. You get times 2 anyway. It's because you've got 2 auto levels, I think, pointing at each other. They combine forces. They combine forces times 2.
It makes double distance.
Yeah, twice as much.
Yeah.
Obviously, genius. I mean, nobody else could have done this other than George. I bet Blue's going to agree with him.
Drop distances, or I shouldn't call them drop distance, but the gap between what you would sight with the auto level to where it was originally.
See? He said he shouldn't call it drop distances. That's because he wants to call it a rumpus pole. You could never call it drop, really, but Blue keeps doing it. George tried to warn him. I think George was the one that came over here and talked all of this sort of stuff. He tried to go back, I think, and tell Blue the little secrets in how to become a shadow giant. It just didn't work at the end. He couldn't
set up.
Sad end.
That's the very best, and you don't have to mess with water levels and getting those things set up, worrying about leaks, worrying about air. That the other thing that I'm very skeptical about on these very large, long water levels is being able to get all the bubbles out.
Yeah,
the air bubbles.
You got to be able to do
Even
that.
if you filled it up, you should let the damn thing.
It's like a plumb bob, though, isn't it? It's like loads of plumb bobs. He doesn't like the idea of that. I know what George's problem is. He's he's get too hasty. He's tried to force pressure. Because the moment you add pressure to the system that's not natural pressure, you inject this water, air into the water gets stressed by the pressure. If you just let a natural flow from a height, you use a height distance in order to make the water flow, then there's no need to worry about any air bubbles. It was all done within the testing. We have thoroughly tested water levels.
Sit for a couple days because air entrained in the water will come out and create
If you
bubbles.
do it properly, there's no air in it.
I have a fair amount of experience with water levels before I ever bought equipment to do fine levels and elevations. I used to drag hoses around my property, long hoses, to do that very same thing, doing it crudely with water levels.
Here's another fantasy story. George walking around his properties with a hose, trying to do water levels. That never happened. Things that never happened, or things that if they did happen, it was probably naked and probably just wandering around with a tube.
Yep. Let's listen to some more derp out of the Try Thinking crowd. Let's see if we can get this going. I want to listen to some.
See, why do I never do that? Why do I never talk about the derp from the Blue Marble Boomers? Why do I?
Some of this.
I think because I think it's quite good. It's funny. If we have, here's a straight line. Now, it's on a if you measure, is it a distance? If you're wanting to go from here to here, then you measure the distance across this horizontal plane. Because if you say that, let's say you go from here, like there, to here, that line there, because it's a right angle triangle here, this line would be called the hypotenuse, and the hypotenuse is always longer than this distance here, or one of the other sides. The hypotenuse is always the longest side, and it's always opposite the right angle. So in order for you to measure the shortest distance, you have to measure on this horizontal plane. Have to. But the question then comes, how do you know? How do you know it's on this horizontal? That's similar to, I don't know whether Blue's probably not listening. It's similar to the how do you know it's not a drop? How do you know?
And how do you know that this is curve also?
Yeah.
So many questions not answered.
Questions to just ask yourself, like, how do you know? And I would say not many people do actually know. Many people don't even think about it. It's a tough one. You only know it's horizontal. I'll come back onto here for a moment. You only know it's horizontal when you measure that distance across the land. When you make it horizontal.
Yeah. I'm not too sure what to say about that. Well, at least we figured out what the hypotenuse of a right triangle is, so I suppose that's a plus. Let me skip over a little further.
What?
Let's see. Let's go to about 122.
Very seriously, just skip over that for that. I thought that was
Yeah,
quite a good explanation, really. It's well done,
yeah,
Blue. I don't know
that's
why
why he
he's
skipped.
skipping it.
Yeah. Okay, I am off to bed. Good
Okay,
night.
Paper, thank you very much. Catch you later.
I found something amusing over here. Oh, yeah, let's look at this. This is pretty good.
All sorts of different tools. Good.
Oh, here we go.
This is from Wiki, and this is from Wiki. When we started doing this, it will be changed because people change their Wiki all the time.
Uh-oh.
The change doesn't really make much difference, but they throw in local. It's not in this one because I think people like us have changed the argument and we've made it. Somebody's gone in there to Wiki to change Wiki to keep up with the argument. Can't get away from this anyway. A water level device, the actual tool. I'll go to the Merriam-Webster one as well just to try and get the definitions of all of this. Right, a water level in Greek, to ask Essie, is any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Right, that's any device. It doesn't say it's like within a tube or anything like that. It just says any device. So what's a device? I've not got a clue. Anything, right, that uses water, and water is classed as one body of water. So the water level works because all of the water's connected. It's classed as one body. And the reason it does it, I mean, we can get into that later on, but it always establishes a horizontal plane of reference used to determine the apparent inclination of an object or surface and for matching elevations of locations that are too far apart for a spirit level to span. Again, used to determine the apparent inclination of an object or surface and for matching elevations of locations that are too far apart for a spirit level to span. So it matches elevations over the distance and just a further distance than a spirit level. So it will go further than a spirit level. Obviously, it's a bigger tool or whatever. So you have a water level. A spirit level's only quite small and used for really local things. So water levels for bigger than a spirit level. The simplest water level is a section of clear tubing partially filled with water. Water is easily procured for use and easily discarded after use. Clear tubing. It's pretty easy. We can do that.
Absolutely.
That's why we went for the water level for our straight line test. Rectilinear. The ends are held vertical and the rest of the tubing lies on the ground or floor. The water level at each end of the tube will be at the same elevation whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. So they're at the same elevation. Both ends, the same elevation.
Well, both ends and anywhere along the middle, anywhere. The water level is always going to put you at the same elevation.
Right? At the top here, it says surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. He's forgetting about that. He's agreeing with the equal elevation, but completely forgetting about the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Equal elevation, fine. Forgetting about this, horizontal, straight line.
Those elevations will not be in a straight line.
Horizontal. A horizontal's a straight line, isn't it? Why does he think that the elevations aren't in a straight line? Selective, has he missed this? Forgot about it? Or can he imagine this means something different than this? Blue Marble Science. Not one higher than the other. same elevation.
Just like LIGO, over 2.5 miles, that thing is a foot out of whack in the middle.
Water levels, foot out of whack in the middle. What does that mean? It's just said equal elevation. Yeah, welcome back, Gods. I don't know how long we've got on this. About half an hour, I think. Have been used for many years. The water level is lower tech than the laser level, but it can be more accurate over a longer distance. Blue's going to show us how he works without a sight line, such as around corners. To avoid error, all of the water should be at the same temperature. Can purposely not see certain readings due to meniscus. Well, the meniscus is just a little tiny curve of the tube, but it depends how big you have your tube and how exact you want. But you could, they're connected bodies anyway. There's a few laws of connecting a body, but this is a tool that we're trying to go through the definition. So this is what we're going to be using for the straight line test, rectilinear test. And so far we've got two ends that are at the same elevation. No matter where they are, how far apart they are, they will always be at the same elevation.
Couldn't agree more. Absolutely well said, sir.
Couldn't agree more. Surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. I think he's forgotten about that. But he does agree with everything else because he's just forgotten about that. I don't think he can see that. Which they say is a horizontal plane of reference.
And if you draw a line between those 2 points, yes, that would define a horizontal line of reference.
A horizontal line. Yes.
Doesn't really define a plane. You need one.
It says the horizontal plane of reference. It literally says that. It doesn't say line, it says a horizontal plane of reference. Because of the way it works, you can move this end anywhere and move this end anywhere. It establishes a horizontal plane. The plane's there. The water level just shows you where the plane is. Blue marble. I don't know.
More point if you're going to do that, but it does define a horizontal line of reference.
It does define.
So that's matching elevations.
That's good for
on a horizontal plane of reference. Sorry, ballers, they gave it up last night. Who was it? We had Flat Earth Math that said the horizontal plane is only 2 microns. Big, that's how big it is. And I'll get the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
Oh, good. I want to see that one.
It is worth keep pointing this out. Because with this definition of level within Merriam-Webster, it says a device for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a liquid. Well, that's a spirit level, right? Although it establishes a horizontal line or plane, it's talking about a bubble level. Number 2 says a measurement of the difference of altitude of 2 points by means of a level. Well, it said elevation, but altitude, the same thing. It's just above the floor. That also works, but this is the one we're more concerned about. Is number 3. Right, so this one here now. Watch what happens. See how this, the mind works, and how ECV sets in. Watch this. It says a horizontal condition. Especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. So this one here particularly is talking about a water level, the tool, establishing a horizontal plane, a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Right.
See, he was breathing heavy there.
You know, there's something else that citation says. You notice that just says 1 of 3.
You notice that says 1 of 3. Well, let's go to 3 of 1 and be really selective, right? So a fluid surface of even altitude is called a horizontal condition. Remember that, right?
Here's 3 of 3, Bev.
3, 3. 3, 3. As if he's not flicking out the gang signs there. If you want to see a gang sign being thrown out, is that not 1? Is he not just throwing the 33s around? Brother Blue.
Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
And what did we just learn? The liquid parts, the water, is a horizontal condition. So conforming to the curvature of a horizontal condition would be B. Parallel with the plane of the horizon, horizontal. That's how much curve you need to conform with. It's parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontal. So well done, Blue. If anybody else is also fooled by this trick, you'll have seen it used quite often. It's called the baller's defense. They can always claim semantics that you're using definitional things, whatever, can't they? Right? They'll claim that everybody else uses definitions, or they may claim that definitions are meaningless. All sorts of different tactics. Well, this is one of them. This is the one where you just shift to something. Imagine that it says something that it definitely doesn't say. And then you can quite safely blue marble science yourself. Forget about it. Just like you've done.
That's
well
your
there.
reference, pal.
That's your reference. That's your reference, not mine, he says. He completely missed out parallel with the plane of the horizon, horizontal. Completely missed that one. Don't worry about that. That's your reference, he says, not mine.
Oops, let's see, where were we? Back there.
Well, that horizontal's a plane, isn't it? A horizontal plane surface, water level. So that's 2 sources, 1 dictionary and wiki. It's enough. It's enough for me because I've actually used the tool and seen that both of those 2 definitions are not lying.
No, nor is the part of in the Merriam-Webster that says conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
This is Merriam-Webster. The one that says horizontal condition. And the other one that said parallel with the plane of the horizon, horizontal, conforming to the liquid parts. The liquid parts are a horizontal condition. It just conforms to that. It's all right. Don't be fooled by blue marble scientists and their dictionary definitions.
That's not lying either. That's exactly what it's doing.
I would imagine it would be quite hard to get through a dictionary and wiki without making a falsehood. There's no mention of curvature at all.
I think I just showed you that was not quite true.
Conforming to the curvature of a horizontal condition, i.e. 0 curvature. But hey, it says curvature, and it allows them to believe that there might be curvature, but there definitely is no curvature to a horizontal condition. None.
So let's see. George, you got anything at this point?
George, we got anything?
Give the delay a minute to catch up.
Yeah, we know.
But
we're not challenging them. They're the ones that come challenging us. It's different around here.
Sort of typical of the way those guys operate.
Let them come here.
They cherry pick what they want out of a definition, and
they cherry pick
and use that. And oftentimes, if you just go a little bit further in their own citations, you find where it contradicts exactly what they're trying to tell you.
Yeah, so that's Blue Marble telling you that, you know, people cherry pick definitions and they find out where the contradictions are. Blue Marble. Because Blue Marble definitely found a contradiction in there, didn't he? No, I don't think. I just think that Blue Marble isn't smart. We know that they've got nothing, and it doesn't really matter. Nobody's really bothered about challenging them. They're insane. With what we've learned is a lot more than just talking to these fools.
Bev's trying to represent that as saying that it's all in a straight line. It's not.
It is. It's a test. It's for a straight line
level
test.
is conforming to the curved surface of the earth, the curved surface of water on the earth.
He's preaching his mantra.
Did you get back yet, George? Yeah, he's hanging out over in Discord. So let's see. I got a little bit more. Let me see if we can go to...
A bit more. He's got this time stamped.
I don't know that any of this is gonna help us or not, but let me start playing right around here somewhere.
He was going to come on Friday. He's busy schedule this week.
Yeah, I find it
So he
amusing
might be coming
that
around
he
tomorrow.
omits anything having. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead. I got it off now. We're good.
Come on, George.
Yeah, it's amusing that they omit it. Yeah.
Yeah, listen on Discord, not on YouTube. You're gonna have that delay.
Boomer Squad.
Yeah, just unmute yourself on YouTube on Discord, George.
It was good fun having
yeah,
George
you are.
round.
Okay.
I keep getting. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to make this work, because I was hoping that you'd be able to hear it real time as I'm sharing it on Discord, but it's not working for some reason. I don't know why.
No, I find it amusing that he purposely omits any references that have to mention curvature, you know.
Yeah, they love to leave that stuff out. I'm still completely confused.
So disingenuous.
I don't have any idea what this test of his is showing. Nothing as far as I can tell.
Got no idea of a straight
Well, we know
line.
what it's showing. It's showing that water's level.
Yeah.
And that's all. You know, he thinks it's showing, something much different, proving that the Earth is flat.
No.
But of course,
To point out again, it's not proving that the Earth's flat. You can't prove that the Earth's flat because the Earth obviously isn't flat. Flat is an ambiguous term. There's no proof to be given around the term flat. Can't be done. Whatever George is saying there is just the ramblings of an old fool. The test, the realizing Euclid test, is a straight line test in reality. Proposition 1, book 11. That's it. You may want to ask yourself, why are the Blue Marble boomers so upset about a test about a straight line? Well, it's because we use a water level. Just a hint. But that's it. It's a test about a straight line using stuff in reality to make it cheap.
Not only you and I pointed this out to him, this has been pointed out to him for well over a year by countless others that the test is worthless for determining the shape of the Earth's surface.
It is absolutely useless for determining the shape of the Earth because it isn't for determining the shape of the Earth. It's a straight line test to show you that you can use geometric principles in reality to establish those geometric principles and the proofs of those in reality using practical tools. It's called the realizing Euclid tests. They're real things, and they come with geometric backing so you can understand the proof process. We've got arguments and everything. We've got it all. They have to keep misrepresenting it.
It just verifies that water is level, which it will be on a flat Earth,
straight
or curved
line,
Earth, or hyperbolic surface.
Straight line.
Yeah, unless you've got some other, you got to run it. You got to do something else to see what the shape of the Earth is.
We're not bothered about the shape of the Earth.
LIGO does that pretty handily.
Yeah.
You see it very clearly on LIGO, but there you've got a perfectly straight 2.5 mile long steel tube.
Yeah, I mean, LIGO is basically a high-tech version of that force the line test that
Exactly.
Brian Mullen had proposed years ago.
Okay, so I don't know. I think I might have missed that. Brian Mullins. LIGO is actually the force the line test for Brian Mullins. I don't know. I don't know whether you can look into it, but it's already been done, right? Brian Mullins didn't need to do it. Dell didn't need to do it. Whatever. Right? LIGO's already been done. George told everybody. LIGO's been done. The force the line test has already been done. They did it.
Constructing some sort of a straight fence that you could compare a canal of water to, or or compare the surface of the Earth to see that as you go along, you get a further deviation between this straight line and the surface of the Earth. LIGO does it. And the other thing that is interesting, I saw a video once where somebody took like a marble or whatever, and one end, because a straight line deviates immediately from elevation, say one end you put at
there you go,
a certain elevation, and you sight the tube along to construct a straight line, then as you move along that tube, you are no longer at an equal potential and you are no longer level. So as you go further and further along the tube, you are gaining elevation.
Yeah.
And I've tried pointing this out several times to Montreal and Bev and that, and they just don't get it. I mean, that's essential, like a huge, long spirit level.
Yep.
And if you put a bubble or a spirit level on the end, you're going to find the bubble will no longer be centered. It'll be tilted upward on, the right end of the spirit level. If you go out far enough, you can't do it over short distances, because
you just won't see it.
Spirit level, it just isn't sensitive enough. You
No.
have to have.
He's got the bubble raising. He's got it going up at the ends. He's got it going up the wrong way.
A vial that has a effective curvature of about 90 some feet, a radius of curvature in that vial tube, in order to start detecting 5 arc seconds of tilt. And that's what you have on a theodolite. The curvature in the vial, or the spirit level on a theodolite, has an effective radius of about 90 some feet, so that like on my TopCon 3B or 3C, the graduations are in 30 arc seconds. Graduations on the spirit level and the bubble level there. And you just don't have that with
Everything's
the carpenter's
related to an
level or,
angle.
any sort of construction level, spirit level that you're going to pick
It's
up
like
at
a
the
magic
hardware store.
trick.
You're just not going to have the resolution in that thing and sensitivity enough to determine a tilt of a few arc seconds.
Well, over a distance of 100 feet, who cares? You're off by thousandths of an inch. A lot.
Blue does measurements.
You only hope that you could ever actually build a house that close. I mean, it doesn't matter. But I think these guys have a real tough time visualizing exactly how huge the Earth is. They really.
You do. I do. I don't. It's not often I attempt to visualize how big the Earth is. I don't do that. It's not that I have trouble. It's just that I don't do it. Can't see the point in it.
Don't understand how almost flat this spheroid is.
You don't. I don't know whether I don't even think about it. But I'm guessing if you're shape obsessed, then I guess that's the sort of thing that you'd be doing. I guess.
You have to see it drawn to scale. I'll show you.
You have to see it drawn to scale. Has anybody ever seen it drawn to scale? A scale globe. I've been asking for one for years. Nobody's ever given me one. A 2-scale globe model, please. Someone? Anyone? They don't exist. There's no such thing as a 2-scale globe model. You don't get scales on globe models. They're all spheres. You don't have a scale to it.
To point out, Blue, what's happening with, say LIGO, a straight tube, or a very long spirit level. Say if you were to have one at 1 mile, so that you're picking up this gap, or what we traditionally call the gap, between the spirit level or the horizontal, the straight line horizontal to match it with the curve of the Earth. That 8 inches in a mile represents a tilt of about 26 arc seconds.
See, you listen to that there. This is the beginning of George starting to talk about the rumpus pole. Like, listen to him. Yeah, good. That's what I mean. It's like you can't scale a sphere, and they won't ever put one to scale because it's a ridiculous thing. Scale is on a straight line, right? You can't scale a sphere. It's an impossibility. It's something that no mathematician would ever say. Yeah, these crazy fools haven't got a clue what they're talking about, and it's embarrassing, really. Listen to this. This is George and the beginning of the rumpus pole. He doesn't want to say measurement because you can't have a measurement. It's a drop. It's an elevation change. He knows that. He's talked to us about these sort of things. We've talked to George about them. The problems of the Blue Marble Science geodetic surveyors. They have problems. We know their problems, and we've talked to them with George. Listen to this.
If you were to have one at 1 mile, so that you're picking up this gap, or what we traditionally call the gap,
Yeah, traditionally call it a gap. It's a rumpus pole. The unit of measurement.
Or the horizontal, the straight line horizontal to match it with the curve of the Earth, that 8 inches in a mile represents a tilt of about 26 arc seconds.
Yeah.
And that's more than you're going to pick up with a 10-foot arc spirit level and put a sheet of paper on one end.
Right.
If you put a sheet of paper like copy paper, which is typically about 3/1000ths of an inch, I believe, a ream of paper of 500 sheets is about 1.5 inches high. So 1.5 inches divided by 500, yeah, it's 3 mils. And you put that at the end of a 10-foot spirit level, and that spirit level will be lifted up by a factor of about 100 more than you pick up with the curvature of the Earth. So you're never going to see it. It's never going to register.
Yeah, there's a couple of little diagrams I did for the last video I put out about Alberuni. And those two lines, that is actually a straight line. If I click on that thing, it will give me a length of 10,560 feet. And it is a line, as you can see up there at the top. But if I go over on the other side, let me move that over. Go over here and click on this one. That's not a straight line. That is an arc. That's an arc with a radius of 20,900,000 feet. That's the Earth. You got to get way in before you see it. There it is, right there. Move it over. That's about that's over 2 miles, roughly what LIGO is. Its length, but
what's this?
From one end to the other, that's what you see. 2 foot 8 inch, 32 inch drop. That red line is horizontal. Probably zoom in a little further if I tried. Get AutoCAD to cooperate. There you go. That's the line, straight line. That's the arc right there. That's what they have a hard time with visualizing, I think. It's just too slight. Earth's a big damn thing, you know.
It's big. Big ball.
Anyway, let's see. Let's get back over here.
Really big ball.
I'm going to play a little bit more video. We're not going to stay here too much longer.
Good. Get some sleep.
Let me
really big ball.
Minimize that. Let's play a little bit more, Bev, and then we'll think about wrapping this up. I don't know how long we've been going now. About an hour and a half, I think. So let's see what we got.
I run the globe.
Yeah, I don't know anybody else, and I'm not too sure what exactly will happen tomorrow. But the developments obviously are Blue, who's making a video about us, and I think it's got something to do with Rakia's Bridge, which I've asked him to make sure he's allowed to do that sort of thing. I would hate to see Blue getting into trouble with the bigwigs for the Globe Council.
Think about it twice, Blue. If it's on Rakia's Bridge, I'm telling you, think about it twice, bro.
The Globe Council. I love it. These guys have got an active imagination, don't they? Yeah, and come Monday night, that's exactly what we're going to do, Biff. We're going to go through your dissection of what Soundly and Jesse Kozlowski put together a year ago, something like that. We're going to go through that.
Yeah, we can go over it again.
Try to explain some of your misconceptions. But anyway, let's continue with this.
Jesse's done a runner. You don't want to be bringing him back. Like, Jesse doesn't want to come back, Blue.
Yeah, you're good. Like, I don't mean it to sound like a threat. It's like friendly advice, like type of deal.
Yeah.
You sure you want to get into this? I don't want this to be misunderstood, like type deal.
Yeah, I don't like you. People have been and gone, and they've left the arena because of this very thing, Blue. I would hate to see you not around here. I mean, who would look after George?
That bridge is a paradox.
I don't have any idea what they're talking about, George. Have I been looking after you and I wasn't aware of it?
See, that's just a sign. We knew that there's something wrong, and we knew that George needed looking after. I don't know what Blue actually did to George. Whether, like they cast him out or, for those last couple of months he went missing and that we heard. I mean, we knew that, we knew he would be struggling, but we didn't know that he'd lost Khan, and we didn't know what happened. Nobody does know what happened to George in the end. We just know that we were told he's no longer with us. It's a shame. He never got anything. He never got a memorial. He never got a send-off. He never got a video made. Thanks, George. I hope they're going to be doing it.
Jeez,
I really do.
These guys.
I think George is falling asleep.
But that's the level of backhanded insults they like to.
It's not insults.
Toss around. I think this is, this is what I wanted everybody to have a look at. If anybody can figure out what the hell Bev's test is about, including you, Bev, if you can explain to me what purpose it serves.
Straight line.
We know that straight lines exist. We understand water levels work.
And you lie within a plane, horizontal plane.
I have no idea what you're proving with that. But while you're at it, why don't you do something that might show what the shape of the surface underneath the water level actually looks like? Wouldn't be hard to do. Wouldn't be hard to do at all.
Why do you need the surface
I shouldn't make
underneath
it like I shouldn't say that. You'd have to be careful doing it, but it's to me, getting the water level together is a harder thing to do than making the measurements. Once you get that out there and get it set, if you've got the proper instruments, you shouldn't have any trouble with it. So I look forward to seeing what you come up with.
It's already been done, Blue. That's been done.
George, you still around?
He's snoring.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Well, I don't know that there's a whole lot more that we can say about this. I'm at a loss.
There's something I'd like to add just to reinforce this whole idea of spirit level. Say you have a 10-foot long spirit level, and you have a perfectly flat, say, surface, 10-foot long tabletop that's perfectly flat, and you have it established level according to one side or one edge of it, and you set your your spirit level on there. The amount of
what's he talking about spirit levels for?
That you're going to pick up, or that you're going to get with the spirit level compared to the drop of the earth, to account for the drop of the earth, which
don't use spirit levels
over 10 feet.
Not talking about spirit levels.
Give you an angle of about 28 microradians, about 6 arc seconds, 5.9 arc seconds, and that is the equivalent,
talking about
like
spirit
I said,
levels
taking
making angles.
one sheet of copy paper, which is 3 mils thick, and putting it under one end and of that spirit level, and that angle that you pick up by lifting one end by the thickness of the sheet of paper is equivalent to the drop of the earth over 10 feet.
Wow.
The drop of the earth over 10 feet is going to be about 5.16 arc seconds. By putting a sheet of paper under one end, you're going to pick up 5.9 arc seconds. So
you could
there isn't
literally
any
do
way.
it over 10 foot.
You have to ask yourself, can I detect the curvature of the Earth using a 10-foot long spirit level? And the only way you'd be able to do it with that spirit level is to demonstrate to yourself by propping up one end with the thickness of copy paper, one sheet of copy paper. Can you see the bubble in the vial shift or change? And you won't be able to with any of these spirit levels. It isn't going to register that tilt that's caused by adding one thickness of copy paper on one end to tilt it up. That's what you have to have, that sort of sensitivity on the 10-foot spirit level in order to pick up the curvature of the Earth.
You would be able to do it with the micrometer, though,
Yep.
right? Yep.
Well, I'd love to go
10
back
foot.
and do some shout outs for the super chats that came in. Brad Wigner's the only one I can see. I know there were some before that. I absolutely appreciate it, but I don't know how to go back any further in YouTube.
Look at that.
So if somebody knows a trick that I don't know,
He's getting given money.
because I can't scroll up any further. I know there must be a way. I just don't know what it is. So I'm sure somebody will tell me. But I think that's about it for this stream, George. I appreciate you showing up, buddy. Good to talk to you.
My pleasure. I'm glad you shifted the time. It turned out that I got back just a few minutes before you started the show, so it worked out quite well.
Yeah. Well, guys, tune in Monday night. Yeah, we're going to have some fun. Several weeks back, Biv and his entire crew went through the video that Soundly and
Jesse
Kozlowski did.
Jesse Kozlowski's done it.
About the curvature of the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge.
He's never coming back.
And they misrepresented just about every damn thing they could. It's incredible.
If there's any questions you have regarding that,
all 5.8
I was
meters.
going to give Jesse a call on
look.
some other issues that I wanted to talk to him about unrelated to this. I have one of his auto levels, and I needed to get it back to him. I've had it now for 3 years, and I should really get back to him. So if there's any particular issues or questions or something that isn't quite clear that you'd like clarified on his trip over the Pontchartrain Bridge with his GPS system to log all the data,
driving
the
over
XYZ coordinates,
XYZ,
so that you could get the
Cartesian
bridge. Just let me know, and I'll discuss whatever issues or questions you might have with Jesse.
Yep, I'll do that. Let me go back. Brad pointed out I didn't read his question. He said, "Do you need help funding your water level test?" I don't have any intention of doing one, Brad. Frankly, I don't have the equipment to do it, nor do I have a decent place that I could do it. So, thank you very much for the offer, but I don't think that's going to happen for me.
It's not really worth the test. I mean, you're better off using a couple auto levels. I mean, the amount that you have to fuss around with the damn thing.
So they're not going to do it?
The trouble you have to go through setting up long water levels is just not worth the trouble. If Bev wants to do it, the Flat Earthers want to do it, then I'd hope that the cite the two ends.
Everybody wants to do it.
In the middle, are in line or not.
Well,
otherwise,
if they don't, they haven't done anything. Yeah.
Right.
And shout out to Brainery for 50 SEK. He says, thanks for the stream. Again, I really apologize to the people that I wasn't able to watch the stream as we were going through this. And I can't go back and see all the super chats, but I'll work on my technique, folks. I'll get better at this as time goes on.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think he showed that last week.
so I guess that's about it, George.
Boomerism.
Thanks for coming,
one
man.
thing. Yeah, one thing. If people want to see the kind of trouble and difficulties you can run into trying to do long water levels, is all they have to do is look at Slice Sparkane's attempt at this a little over a year ago.
Yeah.
Both Rumpus and I got together and thought the thing through and tried to point out a lot of difficulties and things that he'd need to account for and look at. And he did not take much of what we said under advisement, and of course,
he didn't listen.
His test ultimately failed. Ended up being too difficult.
Ultimately failed. Only because he's shit at doing anything.
There are a lot of issues besides air entrained or air bubbles appearing inside your tubes that you have to take care of. I mean, I'm very skeptical about using these very small diameter tubes. I mean, it's so easy to get.
Oh, they're very skeptical
in there due to air, and then there's other things having to do with friction on the walls. And in order, if you change the height on one end to get it to equalize and register throughout the length of the tube, that's another issue. And then there's temperature issues. Expansion of water, contraction of water with temperature from if you don't have uniform temperature, if you're trying to do this out in the middle of the day with sun shining on.
George is rambling like Larry.
There's a lot of practical issues that come into play that can really follow you up.
Well, even with a small diameter tube, you got a large mass of water in there, and that if you move it, that thing's going to oscillate. It's a harmonic oscillator. It's going to oscillate back and forth. It may take a long time for that to settle down.
He's talking about a water level. Blue.
And I'll tell you something else that happened.
Harmonic oscillator.
That we had to be careful with when I was using these things. Airflow across the top of them will change the readings. You got to be really, really careful not to be playing with that on a windy day.
Yeah, or at least have risers that you could stuff maybe some cotton in there to act as to deaden the wind.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. There's a lot of ways to make mistakes.
Yeah, but I
you need some cotton in your tubes to stop the wind.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue.
And if you have a small diameter tube, temperature changes.
Wonder if they've done any testing
rather quickly. You don't have much mass of water over,
short length of it. Yeah, right. Uneven heating of it is going to be a problem. That's for sure. But anyway, well, guys, that's what I had for you today. I'm going to start doing more. I'm going to start doing some more live streams.
Yeah. Keep it going, Blue.
See if I can get better at it.
Yeah.
See if you can hopefully next time I'll be able to figure out how to get George or whoever's on with me where they can hear this on Discord instead of having to listen to the YouTube part because of that delay that kind of messes everything up. But I've been through that before when I was on Bob the Science Guy's stream, George. Same thing, except I was you and having to listen to the live stream, and that's
Bob was shit at doing it
kind
as well.
of a pain in the neck, but we'll get it fixed. Well, anyway, you guys, let's see if I can figure out where the stream is.
Where it goes.
I'm going to shut everything.
Thank you very much, Blue. Back to Discord. Nico's doing perpendicular. Nico's I'm pretty sure Nico's one of the perpendicular conspiracist. The great perpendicular conspiracy. There's a lot of people falling into it now. You've got to watch out what you're doing, guys. It's at the end of a nutsacking. You don't want to nutsack yourself. If you're questioning the perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal, then you might have a problem. That problem might be dogmatic. Just try and keep away from the hard stuff, right? The real globe, you're fine. You know, just go about living your life in reality, and that's okay. But the moment you pick up a dogmatic globe and then join forces with the blue marble scientists, you better be ready for denying some real reality. Can get tricky. Just make sure you don't fully nutsack yourself. You've got to be really careful, because you can lose your mind, like a lot of these people. There's some really strange people that have globe ideas, and they're dealing with normal people. Normal people normally fight back with sarcasm or something, because nobody can really see the point in all of this sort of stuff. Right. I'm going to get a Buster song ready for going. Do you want to hear the blues one again? I've not really done another one. Anybody want to request a Buster? I'm putting it out there if anybody's got any finishing tune for Buster. Otherwise, I was just going to put the blue marble one on again. Sea level everywhere, everywhere. Sea level is a point and it goes everywhere, everywhere. Okay. Thank you very much. It is Free for All Friday tomorrow, so join us tomorrow. Thanks for joining us tonight. Sorry about this blue marble stuff. It's very technical at the minute, and the argument that we've been dealing with, we're in the sort of final stages. We are going to be releasing what we have. So here we go. You don't understand blue marble science, dedicated to him. So I've got this one or the elevations, but let's do this one again, eh? Join us tomorrow. Free for All Friday. Assumption number one. A vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Makes the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it. Right, okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
That's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. Can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump. In space, Bev, yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball. There's no
Water
hump.
levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we
Sure
know
they do.
how water
Compared to a
flows.
horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proved, oh my God, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
You're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just
Standing
said
on top
that it's
of a
falling
sphere.
away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no
No,
hump.
it's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no
In
curve
reality-
to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
No,
So
not
they
by the
would meet
definition.
that
No,
description.
Bev, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. It's a really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think? I think I destroyed you is what I think. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.